I'll introduce you. And Alan.
And what's your role? I'm Vice President. Vice President.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Lake Macquarie Croquet Centre, home of the Toronto Croquet Club for the Golf Croquet Open Championship semi-final. Beautiful day here at Toronto, Lake Macquarie, and your commentators for the match is Kate McLaughlin and Alan Graham. Morning.
Morning.
Good morning, Boyd. Yeah, great to be here. Morning, Alan.
Morning, Kate, and what a beautiful day for it today.
Isn't it indeed? Yeah, we're very lucky to be at this 6-lawn venue in Glendale at Lake Macquarie. And we've got, we're showing you the two semi-finals today, aren't we?
That's right, the two semi-finals, but they'll be double banked so that there'll be two games proceeding at exactly the same time.
Yep. So we've had 3 days of play at this competition already, and over that time we've had, the block play, and I was just mentioning to Alan before that this is the largest entry field, the largest field for a New South Wales state competition this year and possibly for quite a long time. So 36 people have entered this tournament, and we've had block play, and we've had a knockout for the finals, and as a result of that knockout competition we've ended up with 4 semi-finalists, which are Peter Landreb, a very well-known and experienced player, is playing Peter Frier, also a very experienced player, who happens to be my husband as well, so just declaring a conflict of interest there. Yeah. And the other second semi-final has got Mark Scruton, who's won this, he's won the men's 2 years ago and was runner-up in the men's that was held just a couple of weeks ago. And Mark Scruton is playing Derek Bull. So Derek's the local person.
Yes, Derek's from National Park Club, which is just a little bit closer to Newcastle City than we are here. But he should have an advantage because he has played here quite regularly over the last few weeks because he's so handy to the club, and he comes and joins us here on our games.
Yep. So yes, I progressed through the competition, but when I met Derek in the knockout, I didn't proceed any further. So, I've got personal experience of his play. Yeah. He's a very precise and very well-practiced player. A lot of accuracy.
Yes, I had a game against him a week or so ago, actually, and we had an enjoyable game.
Yep. So the players are now just assembling. I think Marion Davies, who's the president of the club, and you're the vice president, you tell me, Alan?
Yes, I've been vice president for the last 14 years, I think.
Is that right?
Nobody else wants to take the job on.
Well, good for you. So Marion's spoken to the players and they're all moving out to their lawns. So we've also got the play for 5th to 8th position, which is happening on the lawn just past the one we can see, which is court 3. And we'll be able to reference that match as we're going along because Sue Sellers, who's a Toronto club member, is playing in that competition.
Yeah. Sue's somebody that's come through our club. She started only, I think, about 4 years ago, and she's really taken to the game of croquet, put a lot of work into it, plays a regular game. She's involved in not only in golf croquet but in ricochet, and she's a very staunch club member and committee person. She's very keen, and she's worked hard. She was in the state team last year for the
Interstate Shield.
Shield.
Yep.
She acquitted herself well in that. And
she did indeed. Yeah. No, she's a very well credentialed player, and so I think Sue is playing. She's playing Gareth Denyer, who just has played very well in the men's competition recently. Gareth's a Sutherland player from the south area of Sydney. Formerly an AC, mostly an AC player, association player, but also plays golf, croquet, and very well. And then the other match in that competition is Rosie Landrebe.
Yep.
And Rosie, I think, is playing David Scott. So Rosie is, again, a very well-known player from Sydney. She's a Camaret Club member, and she's playing David Scott, who's from Ballina, Cherry Street, way up in the north of the state.
It's good to see people from all over the state coming down here to our what we call a magnificent centre.
It is, and we'll talk a little bit more about the centre, because I think you were telling us it's the first birthday of the opening today.
We opened on this day 1 year ago, and I was fortunate enough to actually cut the ribbon with the president and the mayor of of Lake Macquarie.
Yeah, that was fabulous. So we've had the hit off for the first game, and it looks as though the first semi-final is the Battle of the Peters. Peter Frier from Canberra and Peter Landrebe from Camaret, and Peter Landrebe is playing primaries, and Frier is playing secondary colours. Peter Landrebe is blue and black, and Frier is red and yellow. And they're playing the primary colours. So Peter Landrebe's first ball in was a little short, and Peter Frier's taken up that classic position, which is behind the blue ball, but ready to attack if the blue doesn't succeed its hoop run or decides that they'll simply take up position. And Peter Landrebe's playing in his second ball, which is a little better placed than the first, and blocking the red, I think, seems to me. What do you think?
Looks a good position to be in just there. It's certainly giving a restriction on access to the hoop.
Indeed, yeah. But Peter Frier's just now popped something straight in front of black.
Yep.
So that it's going to be a challenge as to whether blue will remove yellow, because that's a much more dangerous ball, or whether he does something to stop red interfering. And I think he's going to remove yellow. That's something I'd probably do, because the black ball is blocked. And it's by far the most dangerous ball.
Yeah.
He was hoping he might do a little in-off perhaps off it, but Peter Frier's gone for the hoop
and missed,
and hasn't succeeded. So the only ball left in front's black.
And he's got an open shot at the hoop.
He has. But these hoops are tight, as they're required to be for championships, and we're finding that they are a challenge. But Pete Landrebe's not run it, but he's not in a bad position. Do you think red would be able to clear that one?
I've got my doubts if he can get that out.
But he's got it out with yellow.
Yeah, he did well.
Yeah. But he hasn't got it out far, and I think blue's going to dispatch red to the far corners of the court to protect his black. Pete Landrebe's got a very interesting style, I always think. Alan, don't you?
Yes, he does.
He's got pretty much no backswing, very strong follow through.
Now this will be a long clearance here. What are you looking at, about 5 or 6 metres?
Oh, he's looking at about 10 metres. 10 to 12 metres, yeah. Nicely done.
Nicely done.
Yeah, yeah. So the first hoop of the first game, it's always interesting. They're sounding each other out, getting the feel of the lawn, getting their eye in for their shots. So you can often have quite a long battle if the hoop's not run by blue first up. There can be quite a bit of back and forth just to assess check out how your opponent's playing and give them as much curry as you can.
That's it.
Oh, but no curry in that shot.
That was an unusual miss.
It was. Peter has been playing quite well lately. Peter Frier's been in, I think, 11 or 12 interstate shield teams over the last period of years, and he wasn't in the team last year, and he did go to the World Championships in Virginia, which was a fabulous event. But I think he's feeling as though he's perhaps not in the prime of his play. But it's interesting. He's come and acquitted himself quite well at this contest.
Yeah, unfortunately, he just missed another clearance.
He did, yeah.
Which leaves the black ball ready to have another go at the hoop.
Yep. That's a good angle to see the hoop run there, isn't it?
That's good.
Excellent.
That's better. A nice run through down to hoop 2.
Yep. Yeah, a little bit past hoop 2, but he won't be worried about that.
No.
So Pete Landrebe gets the first point in this game. So they're playing a best of 3, of course, for the semi-final, and I believe the same for the final, best of 3. Sometimes a best of 5 is played for the final, but I think just with timing and the number of competitors we've had, there you go. Best of 3 is what we've got.
Yeah.
So we're just starting that journey out, really.
So they'll be 13-point games.
That's correct, they will be.
Or 13 hoop games.
13 hoop games, that's it.
We don't want to go to 13 points.
That's right. Whereas the games on that lawn beyond us, number 3, we might have mentioned, are 19-point games, which is not a standard, not played often, but instead of a 3-game match, they're playing a 19-point game, which gives a little bit more time for the play to fold and unfold and a player to be able to get back into the contest. So it's not a bad alternative to do a best of 3.
We do that occasionally here at our club. That will, in our club tournaments, we'll have a knockout round and then go to the final and play a 19-point final rather than a 3.
Yeah.
A game of best of 3.
Yeah, no, it isn't a bad option, I think. There's a 19-point competition held every year in Kingston in Tasmania, which is a prize competition. And that makes for a very interesting spectacle, especially when you have to remember what you do after hoop 13. But these blokes are not playing one of these. They're playing a 13-hoop game.
The balls are well spread out at the moment.
Yes, they are, aren't they? Peter Landrebe, I think, would be regarded as one of the most tactical players probably in the state and in the country. He's a very thoughtful player. He considers his positions and his strategy for every shot, and particularly for critical hoops 10, hoop 12 to 13. He's got a very a very strategic approach where he's trying to maximise the benefits that he's got. So he doesn't just simply think, okay, we need to run the next hoop and get a point. He's looking to find a way that he can get the hoop after this one, or he might prevent his opponent from having a good shot to the next hoop. So all of those tactics are part of his armoury, and so he's a really good player to watch and to learn from.
He plays a lot of AC as well, I think.
He plays he's a very strong association plays. He's played in the previous Air Cups. He's played in a lot of Air Cup competitions, and he's also been the coach of the Australian McRobertson team, which is the Australian team that goes to England every 4 years to play against the UK and the US and New Zealand to determine who's the best association player of team. So yeah, he's worked with the Fletcher brothers, who are obviously very good Australian players. So he's a very experienced coach and kind of mentor, I guess, of those players. But he's a pretty fine GC player. Oh, that's a good clearance.
That's taken the red away and left himself in front.
That's right. So Peter will try a jump shot for this one. It didn't succeed. But it seems the black could be on one of the legs, do you think, Alan?
It's hard to tell from just here, but I'm just wondering if he can... I think it is when you look closely at it from that angle.
Yeah. And Pete's just checking that Peter Frier's red ball is possibly in a clearing position. So he's working out how to defend his black or to position the blue perhaps to take on the shot if need be.
Looks like a blocking.
It does,
move.
doesn't it? I don't know if it's quite blocked it. He might have blocked it from yellow. Yellow being on the boundary to our left.
Throw this on.
We certainly cleared that then.
He did, yep.
He still left blue with a possible shot.
Yep. And yes, he hasn't got a ball in front of the hoop. Peter Frier hasn't got a ball in front. But
he's now got two in front.
Yeah. Yeah, Frier's got a ball each side of the hoop behind it, so he can attack from either position. But I'm not sure that's going to stop the yellows now. Con in front. I don't think that'll stop blue running.
No.
That hoop.
We'll soon find out in a moment.
We will.
Yep.
Yep. Clean shot.
Yep.
So that's 2-love. Landrebe over Frier. Pretty early stage of the game, isn't it?
A long way to go yet.
A long way to go, yeah.
A lot can happen in the next few hoops.
Indeed.
It's a little bit long, I think, that approach to that hoop.
Yeah. Although, as they say, it's better to be long than short.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Especially when somebody's going to clear you, they're going to end up past the hoop as well.
That's right. That's right. And you're in a position, if you need to attack, that you can send your opponent to the far side of the lawn and they don't have a good return shot on you.
Now that's what's happened now.
So it's a beautiful scene actually here, I'm thinking, Alan, with those lovely trees in the background.
That's right. And there's a big willow tree over there. You can't quite see from here, but a lovely big willow tree over there. We're thinking about creating a tournament called the Willow.
Oh, okay. Okay, nice.
To fit in with the local environment.
Yeah, yeah. No, it's definitely lovely surroundings because is there a creek on the other side
creek
there?
down there, down at the, as we look from it here, you can see the bigger trees along there.
Yeah.
the creek bank.
Yeah. So it definitely creates a lovely surrounds to play our game in, and there's great bird sounds I've
That's right.
been observing here. Yeah.
Yes.
So we're on hoop 3, and what do you think, Peter Landrebe's? Is he going for the hoop?
Yeah.
Oh!
How do you do that?
A lovely shot.
He's in great touch, isn't he?
That's a great start.
Replay on that one? Yeah, I think that's worth it. From the border, black's playing into yellow and through the hoop. I'm not sure if he intended that, but he's going to take that point. Great shot.
That gives you a certain sense of confidence, doesn't it? If you do that from the back line.
It does. And it sort of makes your opponent feel a little bit intimidated.
That's right.
But they're both, as I say, they're both very experienced players, so Peter Frier won't be too shaken by that. Placed a very nice red ball down at the next hoop, and yellow's in a great position to clear blue if needed. So Peter Landrebe again, he likes to just consider. You or I might just jump behind black and shoot it down.
That's
Alan.
right. Yeah, I'm afraid I'm not quite in the class of this play, but yeah, I'd be walking up to it and giving it a tap down towards the front of the hoop.
Yep. But I suppose he's thinking if yellow's going to clear blue, is he better off to clear yellow? Can he see red? I don't know if he's got a line on red.
He's also waiting for the secondary.
And he's waiting for... I see. Maybe that's what's happening. I think he's thinking great tactics.
Yeah.
So we've got...
There we go.
Bill joining us as well. We've got 3 commentators. Woohoo! Nice shot down. Yeah, he was definitely going for that yellow, I think.
So, yeah. Peter Frier should have a go at this one, I think.
Yes, I think he is.
Yeah, unfortunately.
He hasn't quite got it through. And blue could have a jump there. One of those questions whether you got a clearance or a jump. He's probably got a clearance. He's a little bit on the side. And I'm not sure about you, but I'm not a fan of jumping those even numbered hoops. And look, he's left blue in front. So that was a really nice shot. So now red's going to try the jump.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he's not.
It's not his day today.
Not his day. That wouldn't normally trouble him, that jump.
No, I'm surprised at that. It didn't look a difficult jump.
No. And you can see the difference in the style. Peter Frier is much more, he just comes up and hits the ball. He's doesn't waste much time. But he's still got a pretty good appreciation of the tactics. So you can see in front of us Mark Scruton and Derek Bull are now contesting hoop 1 in their semi-final. So at the moment Derek's playing white and pink and Mark's playing brown and green. So we'll be seeing their game intersecting with the other one, and we'll just give you reports on that game as we're able. I think indeed Peter Landrebe's able to play. I thought they were waiting for the other game. Mark Scruton is another Canberra player, so Peter Frier and... Sorry, I've missed that.
That's all right. I was just going to say that was a nice clearance from the back line.
Yes. Yes, because yellow had quite a good shot on blue,
It had a shot on blue.
Yeah. Oh, not quite.
And
He just needed to clip the edge, didn't he?
That's all. And from a situation where yellow should have run a hoop a few shots ago, we've now got blue sitting right in front.
We have. Well, perhaps not exactly in front, because he's called for the referee to just check that he plays that shot cleanly. And I don't know that everybody would do that, would call the referee, but I think it is one of the shots that can be fouled. Perhaps without people kind of being quite aware that it is a fault.
When you're so close to the hoop with the hoop leg,
That's right.
Can be
So of
a
course,
little bit problematic.
Yeah, that's right. Because of course, if you put the mallet and the ball and the hoop in contact at the same time, that's a fault. Some people call it a crush, but it can be a fault. So Peter's very aware of that, so he'll be playing that quite carefully. Oh, he's just tapped it, but nothing much has happened. So he wouldn't be so happy about that.
Red might clear this now.
Red might clear it, yes.
Yeah, perfect spot.
Yep. He's just having a think about it. Oh, there you go. He has cleared it. He hasn't kept himself in front, but he's cleared blue, so that's a good result. And it's one of those things, isn't it? As you said, we thought yellow would run it quite easily, and then we thought blue had it in hand, and now it's the hoop's not been run. You'd have to say Pete Landrebe's still in a good position. He's got 2 balls on the playing side of the hoop, and Peter Frier's on the other side.
So he's doing a bit of looking around now to see what he needs to do with black, I think.
Yep.
See whether he can protect the blue ball.
That's right. That's right. Because that is one of the key strategies, isn't it? If you get a ball that can run the hoop, the other ball may have the job of defending your runner, as we call it. Oh, that was an interesting shot. So is that blocking yellow? Is that the idea?
I think that might be the idea. I can't tell from here whether he's blocked it or not.
Which is interesting.
No.
He didn't block
Beautiful
yellow.
shot.
And that was a great clearance by Peter Frier. It's not normal. I don't normally believe blocking on the other side of the hoop's a great strategy. I'd rather have 2 hoops in front. I don't know about you.
2 balls in front.
Two balls,
Two balls
not
in
2
front.
hoops.
Absolutely.
2 balls in front.
Yeah.
To me, is a better, longer-term strategy because you never quite know what's going to happen. Oh, that's not a great shot by Peter Frier. He's wanting to put his red in front of the hoop and hopefully to give blue a bit of a problem, but he hasn't done that, and black's presumably just going to clear it now, and he'll hope to bounce in front. Yeah. He's done that.
Yeah. So Peter would have a long hoop shot, but he should clear blue on it.
Yes.
Did he get that hoop? No.
No, missed the hoop. Yeah, it looked like he was going to go for the hoop.
Yes, I think so. I think he was.
Hit the leg, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's another strategy, isn't it? If your opponent has 2 balls in front and you have 1, and you've got a shot on the hoop,
You've got to have a go.
You've got to have a go, because you may not get another chance.
That's it.
This is a tough hoop, this one, isn't
Yeah.
it? As I was saying, the hoops are pretty firm and pretty tight.
Oh,
So
Mark did a nice shot there.
He did. Mark Scruton in the other game has just managed to clear both Derek's balls with one shot, so that was quite effective.
The yellow ball from Peter Frier missed everything on the way through.
Yep.
I think he was attempting to
Red ball.
get the blue out of the way.
The red ball.
The red
Red
ball,
ball.
sorry.
Yep.
Because Black's still got a shot. You just set up. Seem to have had that same scenario a little while ago.
It feels like that. Sometimes I think croquet is a bit of deja vu, don't you?
That's
I
it.
feel like I've been here before.
Yeah.
Surely I've done this already. It does require patience, the game, doesn't it?
It certainly does.
You may not think you're in a position to get the upper hand. But if you bide your time and play thoughtfully, you can sometimes work your way back into the strong position. So Peter Landrebe's got a better running ball, so he's now 4-0.
4-0.
In the first of the semi-finals being played here at Lake Macquarie, and is dominating the game. So Peter Frier is going to have to come up with some, I guess, just find his mojo, get his shots working. He just hasn't succeeded in his jumps and clearances as much as he would normally do. And Peter Landrebe is playing a very careful, considered, and a very well, technically good game. So Peter will probably be looking to clear the black ball, which he's
quite
done
nicely
a little bit. Yes, he would have liked yellow to stay a little bit closer, but he's managed to get black ball, and I don't know whether black ball's a little in the way of the blue approach. Probably not significant, because Peter Landrebe is still to play his blue ball into position. I think he should still be able to see the red one. Yes, he can, if he wants to clear it. So he's considering, would you clear with the blue, or black's closer? But black's not going to. Black's after red, so that's no good, is it? So,
black may not get a shot.
So if he thinks red's a problem, red's a little to the side, but I think that he could put that in the jaws, if not run it. So perhaps Peter Landrebe he's looking to clear. But and he
might have made it worse for himself.
He might have done. I think the pace on that shot was such that he just wanted to bump it out of the way rather than do a huge clearance. But unfortunately he didn't quite get the centre, so Peter's now got a shot on the hoop.
Gareth just scored the first hoop.
Peter Frier just a little tentative with that shot. He wanted to jaws it, I think, because it was a bit on the angle, but he just bounced off. So he's just not quite getting his shots to work at the moment. So Bill, you were saying that Gareth
just scored the first hoop. Yep, of the match.
I think they'll be on hoop. I think they're coming up for hoop 6. So Gareth would have. So you're talking about the game on lawn 3?
No, I think you were talking about the semi here,
Derek.
the other semi.
Derek.
Derek.
Yes. So in the other game, Derek has scored the first 2 hoops. Is that right?
First hoop.
The first hoop.
Oh, just the first hoop. Okay.
Set up nicely for the second.
Okay. I suspect the game with Derek and Mark will probably take a little longer than the game with Peter Landrebe and Peter Frier, because both players, they're very thoughtful and considered players. Each shot they take, so quite a lot of preparation on. So they're just waiting at the moment while Peter Landrebe plays in. Promotes his black ball. That was a really nice shot. But of course red's sitting there, so I'm not sure how much value that's going to be. So it looks as though Derek's playing down to hoop 2. Yeah. And that's a little bit to the side. And Peter Frier's just cleared Peter Landrebe of that black promotion. So
still got the blue there.
Still got blue, that's right. And red plays after blue, but he's got yellow there as well. So Peter's got 2 balls in front, 2-1.
Yep.
You like a 2-1?
That's always happy.
Always happy, that's right. I love a 2-1. Now Peter Landrebe's just taken up I thought he'd taken up a great position, but It doesn't take much from a great position to a actually quite bad position.
That's right.
I mean, that's not a bad position because he's still around the hoop, but he's not in a hoop running position, and so he's just going to be able to defend the hoop. Peter Frier's now cleared the blue, so he's again 2-1. Although his yellow's a little off to the side now. He's going to be relying on the red ball. It's a shame.
Yeah.
If Peter Landrebe had not been quite so far, he might have had a bit of an in off there, but
So he's going down to have a look at where his ball is.
he is. And so, Alan, you've been working on getting this centre. We're saying it's 1 year old. You've been working on getting this centre along with other people at Toronto for how many years, would you say?
12 years.
12 years.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
this has been a very long... You guys have really stuck at it, haven't you?
We kept annoying the council. I had a monthly call to one of the guys at the council that I got to know very well over that 12 years period, and he was excellent in his assistance. He did what he could, but he knew whenever I rang him first Monday of each month that I would be asking for what's the progress.
What's happening with our Croquet Centre. And you've had a few twists and turns along the way, haven't you?
We had
as you could
a couple of previous sites that we looked at that we liked, but environmentally they weren't sustainable.
Right, okay.
So in the end we settled here. Council spent a lot of money on a nearby site.
Peter scored a hoop.
Frier's just scored a hoop.
Peter Frier, yes, he's very excited. He's got one hoop, so it's 4-1 or 1-4, and he needed to start putting some runs on the board then.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah.
So
So you were saying, Alan, that you had other sites weren't suitable.
Yeah. And I mean, this is as good as we can expect. We would have liked a bigger clubhouse, but we're happy with something rather than where we were sharing with other groups or with a cricket club.
You were on an oval for quite a few years,
on
and
rough,
you were
around the surround of an oval.
Yes,
and,
yes.
It wasn't conducive to getting weekend play because of cricket.
Yep.
And even in the winter they had various training sessions that they had priority.
Right,
and, so we were restricted on when we could play, and so we're happy now we've got our own facility.
Yes, and you've succeeded in getting a 6-lawn venue, which I think has been fabulous.
Yes, we started off asking for 4.
Yep.
And I think through persistence we managed to have them say, look, shut up and we'll give you 6.
Okay, well that's good. That was just back to the game. Peter Frier did a great clearance of black with his red ball and managed to bounce off yellow and land up in front of the hoop.
Yeah.
So that was a very fortuitous shot of his. But so 6 Lawns is the biggest venue in the state.
Yes.
Yep,
Yes.
Which I think we're actually all very excited about, not just the Toronto club members and the Hunter Valley club members. I think the whole of New South Wales players I think we're all kind of excited about what the possibilities are now for competitive croquet in this region.
Well, we've got a couple of big tournaments that we're going to run later this year. The Interstate Shield is coming up in September. Yep. And the Australian Gateball Championships will be in October.
Yes.
We're hoping to get several overseas teams in for that as well.
Yes, you will.
So we're looking hopefully to that being another successful tournament.
Yeah. We're very impressed you've taken on 2 big ones in 2 months.
That's right. It just so happened that that's the way they fell.
Yes, yes.
And it being a rotating arrangement for the Interstate Shield from state to state. And
yes.
This was New South Wales' turn for that.
That's right.
And of course we need to use the mother lawns as well because of the size of that tournament.
That's right, yep.
But
so back to the games on the field, we've just had Mark Scruton run, I think, his first hoop with Brown, so that game's 2-1.
Yep.
Derek Bull's in front, but Mark's put in a beautiful shot to become straight in front of hoop 4. So Derek is going to work to try and clear that Brown, which he hasn't quite succeeded.
He missed that.
So Peter Frier is in control in front of hoop 6 in the game of the Peters. And I think, again, they're just waiting, it seems, for the secondaries to clear down to the next hoop. I think Peter Landrebe must have a shot across the lawn that he's wanting to play. So on hoop 4 in the second semi-final, which I said was 2 to Derek Bull and 1 to Mark Scruton. Mark is definitely in control in hoop 4. Although Derek's just done a beautiful shot, which you can't quite see, and he's landed his pink ball right in front of Brown. But yeah, we won't try and get Boyd to try and pan around too madly, but there you can see that pink ball has got closer to the hoop, but is not blocking. So Peter Landrebe's done the clearance of red.
Yep.
But Peter I think he wants to make sure of this hoop and get his opponent out of position and perhaps wired. Do you think he's wired blue on that?
Yeah, I'm trying to I don't think so.
But it's a pretty common tactic, isn't it?
Yes,
to try and get your opponent's balls behind the furniture.
That's it. Whether it be the centre peg or the hoop.
That's right, or another ball, whatever it takes. Because there's not a lot of furniture on the croquet lawn.
No.
But it's amazing how it does get in the way quite often.
Especially when you're not intending it to.
Yes.
You can end up wiring yourself so easily.
Indeed. So Peter Landrebe's come up on that left-hand side and kept a respectful distance from the other balls that will want to clear him. But just there to cover that territory, really, isn't he? To be able to clear either of those balls if he needs to. It's always
Peter Frier's in a lovely position on the next hoop there.
He is, isn't he, in front of hoop 6. He's got a great runner, and I think Black's going to be trying to clear that one. Hasn't succeeded. An unusual match. It's interesting, isn't it, how the tide can turn on a game if you have a few shots that don't succeed.
That's right.
If your opponent puts pressure on you, you've been playing pretty nicely and consistently, and then you can just hit a few shots that don't quite work.
I was surprised there that Peter went for the hoop rather than clear blue right away.
Yes. He's a fairly he likes to attack as a player, Peter Frier. He's not a super defensive player,
right.
So he will tend to go for a shot rather than get his ball out of position and do a defensive shot. I think that'd be fair to say.
So as it turned out, the choice of not going to clear blue paid off for him in the end.
It has. So now it's 2-4. So that's now a score that's respectable. He has got a little interesting position that's Pete Landrebe's noting to get his yellow to the next hoop. So Peter Landrebe will be looking to put black somewhere where yellow is not going to be able to see it.
Yep. Which I think he's done.
But he's obviously going to promote red. So that's a lovely promotion. We don't often suggest you do promotions, but that one's worked well. And because yellow was blocked, it was a really logical
shot.
Logical shot, wasn't it? Now what's Peter Landrebe? And he's pushed red a little back, so it's not as tasty a hit for blue. So blue's just doing a little interfering.
Interesting.
Do you like an interfering shot yourself, Alan?
No.
So Peter's done a clearance on that black ball.
Yep.
And so although he's done the promotion, he didn't end up using it to run the hoop, which is really ideally what you want to do with the promotion.
That's what you try to do,
yeah. So now he's only got one ball, and the yellow is a long way away. So that's the problem with promotions.
He's
but
done
look, he's
again.
done a second promotion, but he hasn't blocked the blue ball. Has the blue ball got a shot?
It's at a fair angle by the look of it from here.
What do you think, Bill? Bill's got
it's very cute. Very cute.
Yeah.
Bill's
He
got
looks like he's going to try and set up. No?
No.
Yes.
So red's next to play.
Blue.
He's going to set up. He might be trying
I think
to jaws it.
he'll try and jaws it.
He's jawed it.
Yeah. So it's...
Might have hit it just a little hard.
It's bounced back, but it's still in a pretty strong position. It does give blue the chance to, or yellow the chance to clear it.
Yeah.
And Peter's played a great shot. He's cleared black, and yellow's on the side, and he can clear with yellow.
And even if he hits the yellow and tries to hit the yellow ball, he's not going to send it far enough.
Well, that's true.
Because there's only the back line to knock it to.
Yes, that's exactly right. If he locks it to the back line, though, he's not going to have the same shot on blue, but blue is open. Oh, I don't think that's what he wanted.
No, absolutely not.
He's not yellow right in front, so this is a jumping position. Peter Frier hasn't succeeded in his jumps, but no, he hasn't. He's just cleared it. Yeah. So that's more sensible, I think.
Yep.
Sometimes you've got to play to what your cape is, where your shots are going well, don't you?
What do you find with your kind of jump shot results are?
Yes, my jump shot results are not great, I have to say. What about yours?
Well, I reckon if I can get about 2 out of 10, I'm happy.
I used to be quite good. I used to be more like 70%, but I think I'm down to about 40% at the moment. But Peter Frier would regard himself as a 70-80% jump rate success. So it just hasn't quite found that form in today.
And that was a good, nice long clearance then.
It was a good clearance. So now Peter's going to go for the hoop with that red. He hasn't quite got it, but he's cleared his other ball. So that's a little bit unfortunate, really, isn't it?
Yeah, there's been a couple of shots on this hoop that have both gone against the player.
Yes, that's true.
It was both Peter Landrebe and Peter Frier both done the same kind of thing.
Yes. And Peter Landrebe was first to that hoop, so in theory he should be in control of it.
Yeah.
But Peter Frier managed to get himself in a dominant position. So he needs to get himself... Oh, he's done another promotion. That's 3 promotions.
Unusual to do 3 in one hoop.
I know. I'll be chatting to him about that. That one wasn't as successful as he would have liked. No. And because it's a promotion, it's a trap for unwary players into playing a wrong ball, but Peter hasn't fallen into that trap. Because your ball moved in the last turn, you can be thinking to yourself...
It's so easy to do, yeah.
Oh, yes, that was yellow I played, or red I played it, but it wasn't.
Especially if it runs the hoop in a promotion.
Yes. Oh,
that was a miss.
Didn't quite get that clearance. So that
Yes,
leaves yellow in a pretty strong hoop running position, I would have thought.
It might be a chance for Peter to get back in the, well and truly back in the game.
Well, indeed. I mean, he's got the angle, so he could do a jaws shot, but he's running it. He's just running it. I mean, the benefit of a jaws shot there would have been he's going to be able to get first into a good position for the next hoop, if nothing else happened.
That's it.
And with Peter Landrebe around, you think, not worth the risk. Anything could happen. And coming almost halfway down is still a good advantage.
Oh, yes.
Isn't it?
Yes.
You've still got a better clearance percentage, and you can really take advantage of... Oh. That was a shame almost that he hit that, wasn't it?
That looked as if it was going to run the hoop.
It did. I think that's what he might have been hoping for, because it was certainly got a little bit more weight on it.
Yeah, we've got the black and the blue both in front.
We have, but the scoreline is a healthier scoreline at 3-4.
Oh, yes. He's going for the hoop.
He's going for it again.
Yeah.
He's not quite got it. But as I say, he's quite an aggressive player. He'll take the hoops on. He'll take the clearances on. He doesn't do a lot of blocking or defensive play. Peter Landrebe's a little bit more considered, a little bit more looks for the tactical advantage. Well, he hasn't quite run that, and you've got Frier sitting behind you.
It's got a red ball there ready to knock him back out.
Yeah. Well, as Peter just gives himself a good chance here. Yeah, that's a lovely clearance. So he's still got red behind on the wrong side of the hoop, but it's not in a bad spot. And sometimes just having that ball at the right there near the hoop you can bounce your hoop run out, can't you?
Yeah, that's right.
Or get it stuck. So, well, he's
like that.
He's bounced off anyway. I think Red didn't need to do that. Ooh. I think he was trying to push Red through.
I thought that was the idea, that he could just touch Red and sneak it through the hoop. But
I think that might have been the plan. No. They're interesting, that kind of shot, aren't they? Because you wonder about the percentage of them.
Yeah.
They seem very appealing at the time. If he'd thought it through, he might have thought, well, let's get the other ball in position and then I can run Red through the back anyway. So Blue's now got a lovely position.
Yeah.
And
I don't know whether
I think Red can see it.
might get rid of it.
Oh, yeah, Red can see it.
Clear,
but he's left Black
Black's still there.
in a potential jawsing position.
Especially with yellow set back.
So Pete's going off to check the position of each of the balls there, isn't he? He likes to do that.
Very careful.
Yeah,
with
he's a plotter.
He's a plotter. You can feel the cogs of his brain turning as he's looking at each of the positions. I hope he can't hear us from here. We're a bit close to the game. We're just on the edge of lawn 1. So as the players come to hoop 1 and hoop 8, they may or may not hear us. There you go, lovely jaws.
Into the jaws, yeah.
So of course Peter's got Red in a good jumping position. Do you take the risk and jump an even numbered hoop? This is the question, isn't it?
It is. But I mean, if it means you can get the opportunity to get back to a reasonable score, to level the scores.
Well, it's the risk. You either level the scores or you give your opponent the advantage of pushing Black through. It's a possible outcome, which then means they're the first to the next hoop, which is a big advantage, isn't it?
Now, Peter's had a shot, I think, at perhaps knocking the Black through.
Yeah.
And unfortunately...
Oh, Peter hasn't quite done it.
Missed it.
He's not quite getting his jumps through.
That's a couple today now that he's missed.
I think he's got the balls are jumping, but they seem to be either sticking in the jaw, the hoop's too narrow, or they're just not quite hitting the mark. Probably not quite hitting the mark. And do we know the score in the other game, Bill? The Derek and Mark game?
No, I don't, unfortunately. I've been distracted by the Peters.
The Peters, yes. 2-3 to Derek. To the white.
Green is to
The green.
pink is
Pink is 3, yeah. So Derek Bull is up in that second semi-final, 3-2
now
against Mark Scruton.
Peter
And
Landry's
Peter-
now finished that hoop off and finishes now up at 5-3.
That's right. So that does give Peter Frier the advantage of being first across to hoop 9. And going across to those odd-numbered hoops, you're looking to take the benefit and seeing if you can get 2 hoops in a row, aren't you?
That's it, yes.
And you can do that by a really nice long hoop run. You take your ball right down to the next hoop. Well,
And
he's
there-
done a promotion. I don't know if he'd be entirely happy with the outcome of that promotion. He's
It
got
went not quite in the right direction.
no, which is a danger of a promotion.
And
So
now-
he's got it in the vicinity, and he can probably see red. So it may well be effective.
yeah, it's still a reasonable distance for him. It's acceptable.
Peter says it's open. He just gave us a little bit of Frier. He said, yep, he can see red. Peter Landrebe's just contemplating the best strategy because, of course, as a promotion, you've left your other ball behind and this ball needs to do all the work, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's right. And yellow's still in a reasonable position.
No, that's a very interesting position, isn't it?
I'm not sure what he's up to here.
Well, he's thinking if Peter Frier wants to do a jaws shot, which would give him that benefit of the 2 hoops in a row, he's there ready to knock him out.
Yeah, fair enough.
And if he does a long clearance, it's got the pressure on him because he knows black's sitting there.
Yep.
And so it might put extra pressure on his shot. I think that's what it'll do. I mean, to me, putting a ball behind the hoop and your opponent's in front is a damage minimisation strategy. You're saying, look, you might get this hoop, but I'm not going to let you get a huge benefit by jawsing it and then having the opportunity to push it all the way to 2.
Yeah.
I'm going to be watching. You've either got to run it all cleanly or take the risk of me pushing you out. So it's an interesting strategy. And just, I think sometimes because his ball was out of position, that's what he's doing. He's weighing up, is it better to clear red or is it better to simply put pressure on red from the other direction? Oh, did he play the wrong ball? That's a very interesting outcome. I didn't even spot that.
No.
So it seems that from the promotion, Peter Landrebe had hit the wrong ball to promote the ball that he put there. And there you go, he's run the hoop, but he ran straight into
the
block.
ball. Yeah.
So that was a block. That was the other thing I didn't cover. He was literally blocking. And so as a result of that wrong ball play, Peter Frier offered Peter Landrebe replace and replay or ball swap, and everybody in the country loves that rule, don't they? It's the favourite rule, I think.
Favourite rule,
Favourite rule.
absolutely. Yeah.
We all love it. It's such an easy choice to make. But it is a new rule, or I think in the last 5 years we've had that in place. And playing the wrong ball is now mostly a forgivable offence.
That's
it used
right.
to be a fault,
Yeah.
but it's not now considered a fault except in a few situations. So what they say is, oh, mate, you should have played blue and you played black. You put blue, black and play
Play the right ball.
Play the right ball. Or they've got this other variation, which is ball swap, which is, well, let's pretend you played black
The right
as you
ball.
should have.
Yeah.
And so we'll just swap positions. and it sounds straightforward, but it's not always clear which is the best choice to make.
Yeah, and I'm sure nobody really fully understands.
Well, I think people do understand, but I don't know that in the heat of the game, you can think clearly enough to know what the best, even if you do understand it in theory. But I know there's a few situations where if they've run the hoop, you don't do a ball swap.
Ball swap.
Because the hoop counts.
Yeah.
Because it's not a fault.
No.
So
that's
you
right.
you can do a ball swap and the hoop would still count.
Yeah.
So you don't do that.
No.
So then your choice is pretty clear. I'm going to do replace and replay.
Yeah.
So there's a
That's
few
the way.
situations like that where I always know, oh yeah, I know what I'm going to do. And if they've ended up in a really good position by playing the wrong ball, you think, yeah, no, let's take that one back and do it again.
Do it again.
Because you might not end in such a good position. So I think it gives you some options. I quite like it. But yeah, I appreciate that it's not always easy. And Peter Landrebe's just missed that hoop.
Yeah, I thought he'd run that one without any problem.
Absolutely. So do we know we've got people listening to this at this stage, Boyd? Excellent.
No comments yet. So
No comments? Well, if you are watching, we'd love to hear from you. Boyd's going to tell us now.
Yeah, if you jumped on, if you're watching, let us know where you're watching from and get involved and put your comments in.
So we're going via YouTube. Is that where you put your comments?
Youtubelivesports, and we've just had a hoop made.
And this will be able to be accessed after the game as well.
Absolutely.
Yep. So you've got it on your channel, and it's on the YouTube channel that we'll make a link to from Croquet New South Wales. So we will let people see the game afterwards. So the Peters are now 6-4 Landrebe to Frier, as you can see on the screen, which puts Peter Landrebe in a pretty strong position. And Peter Frier's got all the work to do. And in the second game, it looks as though it's 4-2 to Derek Bull, and they're on hoop 7. So, yes. No, I'll be okay. Thank you. Just been offered a coffee, but I'll hold off on that. So,
So what's the game time? 70 minutes, is it?
Yeah, 75, I think, for
75?
the first game, 70 for the second, and 60 for the last, I think.
Yeah.
And you carry over accumulated time. So if you finish your first game in 60 minutes, you've got a 15-minute carryover, and that makes the second game, you've got quite a big margin. You can add another 15 minutes. And which would be helpful in the third game if you need it, because that's 60 minutes is relatively short for a competition game. Most games finish in 60 minutes.
Especially with double banking.
Exactly.
Double banking slows it down. The second, the ones that are following usually have the problems.
That's right, yeah. But in this occasion, we haven't had a lot of clashes with the double banking.
No.
As I suspected, the Peters game is proceeding more quickly than Derek and Mark's game. So, they've managed to stay out of each other's way on the whole.
It's 2-4 in that game.
That's right. So Derek is ahead in the second semi-final. Peter Landrebe's just done a clearance on Peter Frier's red ball, and it hasn't gone far. So red's now in a position to clear black, I think.
Yep.
Unless black's going to bounce off the hoop. No, he's just letting his opponents know his ball's coming through, which is a good thing to do, I think, Alan, don't you?
To let people know that you're going to send it through.
Yeah. One of the things about double banking is just that etiquette of being aware of the other game, not interfering with the other game.
Yeah, it's a pleasure though when you can get out on the lawn and not have a secondary game going on at the same time.
It's definitely a preference, and normally our tournaments committee would make the semi-finals, give the semi-finals a single lawn each.
Yeah.
And we haven't done it because we're hoping you viewers will be able to see 2 games for the price of 1. So so that's probably just a bit of a difference.
Yeah.
And these players were agreeable to do that, which is very we appreciate very much.
It would be normal to have the semi-finals played on 2 different courts, lawns, and then the final on a different one again. So that,
Just with live streaming, that makes it a bit hard.
yeah,
It does.
So,
It does. We don't want to be setting up at 3 different lawns.
No, it
for
can't be
our
done.
Live streaming contractor here.
Oh, Peter's missed a
Frier has
setup.
Missed it. Oh dear.
And we have got Mark tuning in, thoroughly enjoying the games and commentary from here in Scotland. Good on you, Mark.
Okay, Scotland.
Yeah.
I'm very impressed. Welcome.
Be pretty late over there.
yeah, it would be.
So what are they, 12 hours
Yeah,
behind?
be
Something like
middle
that.
of the night.
Middle of the night. It's probably now about 9 o'clock at night. That's what it is, which would be fine.
Yeah, that's all
Great
right.
viewing time. Well,
Right
that's
time.
right. But it's 9 o'clock in the morning in Australia.
Yeah.
So it's Monday morning because we've had most of the play on Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, tuned in. Give it a share on your socials. Just let people know that we are live and share it with your friends and family. That'd be fantastic.
Yep, that's a good idea. I'll do that myself. So we've got, again, we're at Hoop 11, sorry. So
Thank you.
in the Peters game.
Great work.
So critical moment, Peter Landrebe's got the upper hand. Oh, look at that. We've got our morning tea delivered. And he's managed to get his yellow balls in front.
Thank you.
And I think wide from blue,
Blue, yep.
but not from black. So Peter Frier will need to manage black. Do you think it is wide? Alan, what's your view?
I think it is.
Otherwise, Peter Landrebe wouldn't be considering his options so thoughtfully.
Yeah. No, I can't see. It's,
So what would you be doing if you were Peter Landrebe? If you were Peter Landrebe, Alan?
where I wouldn't be in this position.
Well, look, he's 6'4" up, so
Yeah.
he's going to put the block in.
Lock in.
On red. So that's an interesting.
So Mark's just saying he's a member of the Maitland Club enjoying members' performances.
Maitland Club in Australia.
Well,
Must be.
maybe he's in holidays in
Or
Scotland.
Excellent, Mark. I love to have
Right.
our overseas visitors tuning in, or our Australian travellers. All right,
So he's now got a shot onto the.
he has. He's got a great shot, and if he,
So that was
So
a
he's
smart
kept-
move in the end.
it was. So
Very smart move.
that thinking, and because it's a fairly defensive position, and as I say, a number of players prefer to be quite attacking in their play.
Yeah.
Peter Frier is probably one of them, and so don't tend to give the defensive strategies as much time or opportunity. So now he's unfortunately got himself out of position
Yep.
with yellow, and Peter Landrebe will now end up with 2 balls in front and take control of the hoop,
And
really.
that's the secret in it in most cases. If you can get 2 balls in front, you're so far ahead.
That's right, absolutely.
You're not going to have it, please.
There you go. Just watch the other game going on, semi-final number 2. Two 4 in this game.
2-4, and Derek's clearing. He maybe wanted to clear the green one. So it looks as though Mark's got a ball on the leg of hoop 7. So Derek's got white there ready to clear that green ball, but his pink's out of position. So he's contemplating what he needs to do. And I think Peter Landrebe is waiting, I think, to play across, isn't he?
Yep.
Yeah.
So this
So he's
is
just
a
letting...
bit of a hold up.
Yeah. So gives us the chance to catch up on that.
And that
Second
was
semi-final.
a beautiful stop shot.
Yeah.
That on that ball then that he's left himself right in front of the hoop.
Yep.
which
And put the
forces
block on Brown by the look,
Yeah.
isn't he?
I think so, and
Yeah.
it's put the pressure on that they either have to jump or clear that.
Well, he's
White
got to
ball.
play the green first.
Yeah. They're marking
So
some
it
balls
looks like
so
Peter
that
Landry
Peter-
will play through, because it looks like they might have been they'll be on that hoop for a little bit longer. So he's marked that
Good call.
white ball, and Peter Landry's played across, so he's got the two balls in front of hoop 11, and of course if he gets this hoop, that's the end of game one and he's won it. If Peter Frier gets it, he's able to stay in the game a bit longer. So he's pushed his red through the hoop, and it's good. He's giving the thumbs up. So he's managed to get his ball through to the other side so that it's a live ball and it's able to run that hoop. So now that'll give Peter Landrebe something to think about. Is that black ball in jumping position?
The way they're jumping today, you'd wonder.
Yes, neither of them have, I don't think either of them have succeeded in a jump. No. So yes, I think Peter Landrebe's listening to you and thinking, okay, let's not worry about that.
These moves
He's got blue on the side, so blue can take out red from the side.
and hopefully it's a matter now of, do you knock red through with your yellow?
Oh, so Peter's cleared the
sorry.
blue. That was a very good
great
shot.
Yeah, I was
Great
looking
shot.
there. I saw the wrong colour ball.
I think he can hear us talk because he seemed pretty happy with that. with that. So that was as I say, it's an aggressive shot.
Yeah.
It's a safe person would just bring yellow
Look at
into
that,
play.
beautiful.
There's a
Yeah.
replay. That's a great replay, boy. Thanks.
Club Macquarie Replay,
Club Macquarie.
proud sponsor of Toronto Croquet Club.
Yes, thank you. Club Macquarie, that's just down the road from here,
It is.
isn't it?
Yep.
So we've got the yellows played, so now it's blues, which he's just cleared. So blue's got a long shot on red, but he's now just deciding he'll take up a good position halfway down to hoop 12. So that's again another sort of thoughtful move.
Yeah.
He's not trying to get rid of red.
Okay, so Mark's comment, he said yes, played Glasgow Open AC level and retained the title. So, well done.
Good
Mark
job,
Shanks.
Mark. Mark Shanks, is it?
Yep.
Well done. So red's now won that hoop, so it's 5-6 to Peter Frier's just got 5 hoops.
Yep.
Red's a little bit past hoop 12 and black's come into just to be a couple of 2.5 yards out. Yellow's now coming into a pretty good spot in front, not blocking black, but putting the pressure on, as we say.
Yeah, that's it.
Yes. You often hear people say, oh, he hasn't succeeded in that shot because he's not blocking his opponent. But in my view, you can still put pressure on by getting your ball closer, even though it may not literally be blocking your opponent.
So we just got under 8 minutes as well left on the clock.
Oh, okay.
So
Thanks. That's
time might come into it.
good. It could do. It could do indeed. Blue
so-
didn't succeed there.
I don't know whether he was trying for yellow or the hoop.
Yeah, I thought it might have been the hoop because it
Yeah.
was a soft shot.
Yeah.
But it could have been either way. And red's now got to get black, which he's done really nicely. He hasn't blocked black on yellow, but he's done quite a good clearance. Kept red in the vicinity of the hoop, which is always handy.
I think Peter Frier's slowed down a little bit. He's not hitting quite as hard now and seems to have improved his accuracy.
I think that's a really good observation, Alan. That does help his accuracy and just his steadiness of play. I think you get a bit of adrenaline up when you start these competitions, don't you?
Oh, my word.
It's easy to get a bit of rush of blood to
Rush
the
of
head.
blood, yeah. and thinking, I can do this.
Alex and Brenda have gone down to the 13th.
Okay, so we've just had a bit of a Alex and Brenda. Ah, yes. So in the final of the plate, is it the final or the semi-final? The semi-final.
Semi-final.
One of the semi-finals of the
Big
plate.
miss. Big miss there.
Sorry, who's missed? Peter?
Peter missed.
Yeah.
With yellow.
Yeah, that's a shame. So his ball's still there near the hoop, which is good, but it's his hoop running has been letting him down today. So I just did get an update. There are 2 semi-finals for the plate. The first of them, Brenda Lee Pete, who was the runner-up in the women's singles just a couple of weeks ago, is playing Alex Michalacek from Newcastle, and Brenda Lee is from Maitland, Nelson's Bay, Maitland. So they're on the 13th hoop anyway. Alex versus Brenda Lee, if people are following that game. Alex is a relatively new player to the game and is a very accurate and very promising player. Brenda Lee is one of the people in the New South Wales state squad. Very strong woman's player, so I managed to knock her out of getting into the knockout.
70 minutes are up.
Great shot.
So Peter Frier's just got that hoop, so there's 6-all in this first semi-final. So that's a good recovery.
I'm impressed that Peter pulled back from where he was.
Yes, replay on that one. Beautiful shot, isn't it? Yeah. Yes, I think he's done well, and I think he's just settling into the game. Oh, and it looks like Peter Landrebe's first shot to hoop 13 has hit the back leg. That's the position you don't want to be in.
That's for sure.
That's the non-attractive position. So Peter Frier's done a very nice approach shot to 13, and he's got behind the hoop. As you know, with 13 you've got to get on the other side of it, ready to run it. Oh, and Peter Landrebe's pushed his black into the hoop, not through the hoop, and left his blue near the front of the hoop. So that wasn't a bad play, and an ambitious shot.
Ambitious for sure. And I think he would have been...
He might have been happy just to nudge it a little rather than...
He probably ended up with a better position than what he intended.
Possibly. It's Peter Frier, don't put black through. No, he hasn't. But he's... No. Oh, no, that's okay.
No, he's got 2 balls out in front.
2 balls in front, and now Peter Landrebe will just... I thought he's going to dribble black, but he's not. He's attacked yellow with his black ball, so that's a good... That was a pretty good move in that way, wasn't it?
Yeah, my initial thought was just to tap it through, but...
Yes, that's what I probably would have done, but then Peter would have been ready for a jump shot.
Yeah.
And even though he hasn't got one yet, you never know. This might be the one he's going to get.
Now he's done a delicate shot there to try and block the red with his yellow ball, but I don't think it succeeded.
No, it hasn't. So hoop 13's the critical one, isn't it?
That's the one that counts.
And when if you don't get the immediate position and take the hoop, you can end up having quite a battle over it, which I think these two might do. So that's why Pete Landrebe's, again, considering every shot. But I think he must have realised that yellow was directly in front of the hoop, so if he did get black in the hoop, he had a good clearance shot. Clearance shot on yellow. Well, I'm just thinking, why did Peter Landrebe use the blue ball to push the black ball a little bit further into the hoop, if that's what he intended and it's what he did? the benefit was he could clear yellow.
Now there's a interesting position there. I wonder if they're touching balls.
Yeah, so that's an interesting little conundrum there, isn't it? So Peter Frier's done a legal shot. You've got to watch you don't double tap those close shots. But if you play it at an angle, it's legal, mostly. So,
Yellow's still got a
Yellow's
shot. got
a shot. So
this
let's
could
just
turn
see
the
if
game.
Peter's going to just take a nice, slow... Oh, again. That's what I'm very familiar with that. I just did get a report that Brenda Lee has won her semi-final against Alex Macalach, and that was a good result for Alex in getting into that plate. That plate semi as a 41-year-old, only been playing for 2 years.
That's a good run.
He's a promising player. It's great to see him being quite competitive. And Brenda Lee will be pleased to get through to that. As I was saying, I managed to knock her out of getting through to the knockout. She and I were in the same block and we were on the same number of wins. So we had to do a playoff. We did the 3-point playoff, the 3-hoop playoff, which Brenda Lee had never done before. And so you play from hoop 2, from corner 3, I think it is, 1, 2, 3. Corner 3 to hoop 2, so you've got to get on the other side of the hoop, and then you play hoops 2 and 3, and if necessary 4. So it's a pretty high, stakes game with the, either you get through to the knockout or you go to the plate.
So the other semi-final, I think it's 2-6. So
the other semi-final would be between...
It's Derek Ball, I think, 6. Mark Scruton, is it?
Okay, so that means Derek's on 6 and Mark's on 2. So Derek's playing very well in this. And Peter Frier's just missed that hoop 13 again with red.
Lake Macquarie replay, see how close he was.
I think he completely missed.
Didn't touch
Just
it.
inside it.
That's unusual to miss by that far.
Yes. Oh, and he hasn't quite got it enough.
No.
I think he's given Peter Landrebe a clear hoop or even a in-off.
In-off.
He'll be very disappointed with that because he really has come back into this game after being quite a long way down. So he's given Peter Landrebe a reasonably good shot.
And
Peter's
that missed
bounced
by a
off.
mile.
Wow.
Gosh, their hoop running's not going as well as they'd like. So he's still in the game, but blue has possibly got an even better in-off than black did, but I don't know. So we'll see what Peter does. Is he going to try and clear blue? Yes, he is. No, he hasn't managed to do that. Was he on the right-hand side of the hoop with that shot?
Yes.
Yeah.
So he might have been trying to push yellow up.
I think that's what it might have been.
I wouldn't be surprised because he could see that this is a bit of a gimme.
What have we got here?
And
he makes it.
He's made it.
So
Pete Landrebe's just won that first game 7-6. But it ended up being pretty tight.
And that was much closer than it looked like it was going to be with the first 4 hoops going to Peter Landry. And
that's right. So coming back from 0-4 down to get 6-all was a pretty good outcome for Peter Frier.
I'm going to follow the other game now and see if I got the colours right. Mark Scruton.
So Mark, very good. Mark is the brown and green.
Yep.
And
Okay,
you've got the colours the wrong way, but that's
right.
okay.
I'll fix that up.
And the score is 6-2, did you say?
Yeah, I'll get that updated.
So Derek's going to be 6 and Mark's going to be 2.
this looks like
So it looks like Mark is now
going for
running
the-
hoop 9, and he's jawsed that one.
No, he missed it.
No, he's just jawsed it.
Just jawsed
He's
it.
jawsed it, which is I wouldn't be unhappy with, except there may be a jumping opportunity for Derek with white. Pink's a little bit to the side, I think.
Yeah.
But he's got it reasonably well in the jaws, so Pink's would struggle to get it out, I think.
I think he might be going to have a jump.
Yep.
Yeah, because he just pulled some the markers off the hoop.
He's still got one clip on top, but it's a bit of an angle, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
But sometimes they can work as a jump shot. No, he's
No,
not
he's
going
not
to do that.
doing it. He's going behind.
Now he's up 6-2.
So he
So
can afford.
it's a valid play. He thinks, I'll
Yes.
concede this hoop, but I'll try and stop you getting the next one, because he's got a few hoops up his sleeve. And he doesn't want to push Brown through and then give Mark first shot of the next hoop.
That's right.
Yeah, so that's not a bad way of playing. Derek, as I say, he's a thoughtful player. He thinks about his options. He plays a fairly considered game, so he'll be looking for placements and blocking and strategic positioning, and he doesn't simply just go out and attack the next hoop. So Mark did a clearance on Pink, but it just didn't move him much, and he's down closer to hoop 10, but he's still a bit out of the play.
No, he's happy now by the look of it.
On the
Derek's
next
just going to play halfway.
Yep. So we'll see whether Brown is blocked by white. He's looking for a referee. When the ball looks pretty solidly in the hoop to me.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that there's much opportunity for faulting, but I think Derek just wants to be sure that it's a clean stroke.
At this level, it's worthwhile waiting for
That's right.
a referee just to be able to confirm it.
Yeah, because if you do actually push that, particularly when you're blocked, you might want to push the ball in one direction, and you're going to crush. You're going to do a crush if you try that. You've got to play a nice clean strike, straight through the middle.
He's the referee now.
So I wonder, Bill, do you want to come in and do some commentary, and I might have a little break. Is that all right?
Yep.
Have you two boys do a bit.
Right.
And since we finished that first game.
Oh, he's being very careful here and how he sets this up by the look of it. Cleared it nicely and ended up well down in
spot.
front. That's a great shot.
6-3 or 3-6.
3-6 the score. So we'll see how they go if Derek can maintain his lead.
Good shot. Nicely
done.
Nicely done.
But he's got a reasonable position to play a clearance from where he is.
That's an also nice setup.
Yep.
By Mark.
There's quite a collection of balls down there now together. Things could go anywhere. Well, I don't think that achieved anything in favour of Derek there.
No, I
He's
think that's helped Mark.
It's helped Mark considerably. He's now got two balls directly in front. Could be a comeback from Mark here. If he can run this hoop, it'll bring him up to 6-4 or 4-6. giving it a bit of thought, this one.
I like watching the different approach. Some cast,
Yes.
some walk up, settle down and connect with a lovely shot. Oh, bounced off.
Yeah, bounced off.
Bounced off. That was bad luck for Mark.
Now this clearance shot onto the green. Nicely cleared that out of the way.
Good stop shot. Stun shot.
Yes, leaving it set up for himself. However, it's a matter of where that brown ball is, whether it's wide.
Peter Landry just scored the first hoop on their second game.
So we go with Derek to have a clearance shot at, or setting up. Probably try and clear the brown. Which he's done nicely. And left himself with a couple of balls in front. Mark's got a very upright stance. Holds himself very erect.
There's a nice gentle breeze blowing across the court. Keep the cool heads. Ah, that's a better shot. Nicely done.
Yep.
Peters must be through their second.
They're well onto there.
Yeah.
Oh, they're still, I don't think,
I can't.
yes, they've played the second hoop. It's leading, Peter Landrebe leading 2-0. G'day, Bill.
No problem.
One of our other club members has just wandered through. We've got a good roll-up of members here with spectators and assistants from the club, and
Yeah.
quite a lot of, it's good to see so many come along to give a
To
hand.
watch and to give a hand.
This game will be getting close to time as well, so the clock may come in
Into action.
into
yeah.
action. Yeah, not sure how long after. 15 minutes or something after the first game
Yeah,
started.
That's
So-
right. Yeah.
So this is we're up to 87 minutes.
Yeah, and there's been a bit of time out for them, so I think they've been stopping the clock occasionally. We haven't got a time clock on that. Yeah, the ref's looking this for a perhaps double tap. Nicely done. Pick up the markers where the balls were marked in case they had to go back if it was a double tap shot. Derek's carefully looking at where he needs to put this next ball.
I don't think it went where he wanted it.
He looked like he was trying to block the shot at the hoop from green. But all kinds of things can happen between now and that next shot.
The courts are playing well.
Yes. A couple of comments were that it was a little bit slow, but
well, they're young courts.
That's right. After just 12 months, we don't expect anything different.
It's a bit of an upgrade from your Toronto club there near the cricket
A
ground, isn't it?
huge upgrade from Toronto. We used to have some interesting shots in some of the holes left from the cricketers. It's something that we've been waiting for a long time. But that was an interesting shot then, that something went wrong with Derek's
shot
clearance.
Mark's lining up for... I assume he's going to go for pink ball. Not quite.
Oh, not quite.
Not quite.
So this
Good try. I wish I could play with that confidence.
This could well be the end of this first game here. Oh, he's missed that. It's surprising today that the number of misses that we've seen that I would normally expect these players to be getting.
Although I
think
believe
time's going to beat them. I think Derek will take it out. We've been up 6-3. It's going to be close to time.
He's checking the time now by the looks of things. Well, I believe the width is the width of a credit card.
Yeah.
So it doesn't give you much room for my style of play.
For us weekend hackers, as we might call us.
I define myself as a social player.
So Peter Landreb scoring up 2-0 in the other game going on. Semi-final number 1.
They're caught on the use by the secondary players of the next hoop.
Don't know what's going on there. Having a discussion over there under the awning. The ref's coming out.
I think it's got to do with... I reckon it's to do with time because it's up to 90 minutes on the clock.
That's right.
How long did they start? 15 minutes. Well, that's over.
Yeah. And they've had a few stoppages, but I would have thought this was well past the time.
Yes. Yeah, it's up to 92 minutes.
92 minutes. Game's finished.
Yeah, I think he just said the game is
Game's
finished.
finished, so Derek Ball will take that one 6-3. And timed out.
They've timed out in the first game. They look like they're not sure whether they want to accept it or not at this stage.
So they started 15 minutes after the first game. So it's,
Well and truly after time.
Well,
That's that's holding up the second.
Yeah.
The two Peters game while,
Yeah,
while
so
they
right.
discuss this.
Oh well.
It's
I suppose if the ref rules it as time out,
yeah.
Well, there's no way they can, no way Mark's going to get three more or four more hoops. In 5 minutes. Like
Yeah.
even if
You give them 5 minutes.
that's right. So 6 to go. Play on. Go to the next game 2.
oh no, looks like they're playing on.
They're going to play on.
Okay, interesting.
For how long will they play on?
So semi-final number 1 is just holding up.
In that first semi-final number 1, we've got Peter Landrebe leading 2-0. We're just waiting on the other semi-final to finish.
So they must be coming over to this hoop.
Yes.
Yes. They're both playing around the same hoop. Well, that's a good shot.
And
Yeah.
Cleared the pink
Clear.
nicely.
so
These long clearances to these guys are second nature.
I just noticed in the other competition there, Sue and Gareth are tied it up. I can't see the result though.
There's a 6-all game down there showing on the scoreboard, but I don't know whether that was the primaries or the secondaries. We'll see if we can get a result from that shortly on the semi-finals for 5th through to 8th position shortly. We've got Mark having a clearance on the white ball.
Nicely done. Surely they're just playing this hoop out.
they shouldn't even have to. They're holding up the other semi-final.
Yeah.
So they're holding up semi-final number 1, and the game should be timed out. So anyway, it's
It's a matter of waiting to see what they're going to do.
75 minutes is game 1 in the conditions of play.
So the reply back from Derek with the white ball was a little bit long. So it's a bit of a... Rob, I'll just ask about what the situation is with the timing. How's the timing going? Do you know what's going on with the second semi-final?
As in the plate?
Yeah.
They've gone down.
No. In this game.
This game here,
It seems to be dragging on.
75 minutes.
Yeah, because they're waiting for their second, their best of 3.
Yeah. No, but
They're-
Derek and Mark have been playing now for 97 minutes.
No, they haven't played for
Oh.
97 minutes. It's 15 minutes after 75.
Yeah, the clocks, they go into their next lot of time.
Oh,
They
so
run
they're
time.
able to continue the first game.
They've
Oh,
got a result on that first one. It's got to go to 7.
Oh, it's got to go to 7.
Okay.
oh right,
They
okay,
go into
fine.
joint pennants. They go into
Okay.
the next allotted time.
Okay,
So
thanks.
75, 70 and 60.
Right, okay, so the time it just adds up as they go on, so they'll continue playing
Clarification.
until they get to 7.
Right. So,
That's clarified the situation for us.
well, we'll stay with this and
there to see whether it how this one pans out,
That's right.
because it's holding up the other
the
semi-final.
other semi-final. Bloody.
I don't think he wanted to clear that one. I think he was aiming for the white, because it's giving Derek an opportunity here to at least put it in the jewels.
Yeah, Derek has scored.
And which he scored, and that gives Derek Ball the first game in the second semi-final, 7 hoops to 3. Would have chewed into a bit of their time for their second game, but it's now complete, and we can swap back to the running of the
running of the Peters.
the fight of the Peters.
Okay, so what do we do with the clock? Just keep the clock rolling, you reckon? Keep it rolling? Because we don't really know.
We don't know when they started.
Yeah.
And what we are.
Yeah.
So
We've got some results from the other games. Great. So we've already talked about the win in the semi-final by Brenda Lee. And the semi-finals, Sue Sellers and Gareth. Gareth got up 10-7. Yeah, they were playing 19-point games. So Gareth got up to win 10 hoops to 7.
whoops.
And Rosie Landrebe and David Scott are sitting at 6 hoops each at the moment. So we're got the
Ken Green.
Ken Green is still to play, and against Tony Croft, and Ted Woodley and Rodley Pete are still to play.
Peter
Thank you.
Frier makes a hoop. Gets himself on the scoreboard.
Yeah, it's now 6-1. Oh, sorry,
2-1.
2-1.
2-1.
2-1 to Peter Landrebe. Coming down to hoop 3.
Down to hoop 3.
To hoop 4. With
That's a nice one. Went a little bit far, I thought.
yeah, but we've got an opportunity here for Peter Frier to run a hoop from about 2 metres out. Which unfortunately it didn't want to go through for him. So we're left with Peter Landrebe deciding what to do with the yellow ball. Might be blocked by the red ball for black to run the hoop. It's a bit hard to tell from this angle of the camera. Giving this one a good amount of thought.
As we said before, it's good to watch how they patiently work out their shots.
Yes.
I think.
Don't think that was as clean a shot as he wanted.
No.
Peter Frier's put that one into the jaws, but from the wrong direction. Again, Peter Landre's got to give it a bit of thought as to what he's going to do here.
What would you do there, Alan? Would you be tempted for a...
I think I'd be
Well-
just stopping a little short.
Oh, I can't see. Don't think it rolled through.
No, it bounced off, and that's the kind of general result you get with those balls when you're trying to come in.
Nicely set up.
I think he was trying to do
a block.
a tap on with the blue at that stage.
Ooh.
It was a bit
Peter
of
would be disappointed with that.
yes.
I'm sorry, Peter Frier would be
Peter
disappointed with that.
Now we've got Peter Landrebe left with the black in a runnable position, and Peter Frier well away.
I've seen him do lovely shots from that distance on the videos.
Yeah, it was an attempt,
Yeah.
but should perhaps leave this clear for Peter Landrebe to run this one. Yep. So he now goes to a 3-1 lead in the first semi-final, having won the first game 7 hoops to 6. So the other semi-final.
No, yes. They're letting the other semi-final play off.
With Mark Scruton starting off with the second game of the second semi-final. Quite a good layup with that first ball into a reasonable position. Derek's going to try and put it in front of, but just
didn't quite make it.
Just a little bit short on that. Derek's a very gentle person. I played him a couple of weeks ago and found him an absolute gentleman to play against. We've got
Mark's got a ball in a good position there.
the kind of situation where you have to have a go at this green ball.
Oh,
Million in off.
wow. Just missed the hoop.
Watch that again on the Club Macquarie replay.
So close.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just watching the... I thought Mark Scruton would have run that hoop, but he missed it.
Didn't.
So we go back to the first semi-final now, where we've got Peter Landrebe's leading three hoops to one, and
He set himself up. Nice clearance by Peter Frier.
yep. Now we've got both semi-final players on screen at the moment. So
Watch both. Keep away on both of them.
we've got a collection of balls on the screen.
No, it's Peter Landry to play.
A little bit long, and Peter Frier looks like he's having a go at the hoop, but unfortunately he's missed, leaving the black ball in a runnable position. It's quite a nice angle here, but something's put him off. Oh, it was just Mark Scruton was playing nearby enough to lose a little bit of concentration there. And bounced well back after hitting the leg.
Oh, well, I think that went through.
It
Yes,
did. Yep. Great shot.
that was a great shot.
To Peter Frier, so it's now Peter Frier 2, Peter Landry 3.
Straight through.
They're the hoops that make you feel confident. Having do one like that every now and again, it makes you want to come back and keep coming back.
I think in my case that's a rare event.
Oh, what a beautiful shot from one end to the other, finishing up about 20 centimetres in front of the hoop.
And see you later.
Now being cleared, yeah.
Double clearance there with one stroke. All that good work disappears. So we pushed the red ball away from in front of the hoop and back to the centre peg area. Ooh. So almost perhaps to an in-off position there. And you'll probably just clear the yellow at this point. Yep.
Yes. Watching Derek there.
Alright, Peter Landreb coming in to clear that red. Yep, not quite an in off. But the black's in a reasonable position. And Peter Frier then shaking his head. He didn't really want to miss one of those balls just then. Peter Landreb here with a little bit of luck.
Yes.
Run that hoop to go to a 4-2 lead. They're moving along nicely. And it's still a lovely day, no clouds in the sky.
Beautiful day. Great day for our finals.
They said showers this afternoon, but hopefully that won't worry us too much, and we'll continue to have this beautiful weather here today.
Okay, doing a switcheroo in the commentary. Kate,
Yep.
looks like it's coming back in.
Hello again. Just had my coffee, so it's all good. And
Is Pam going to come in and do some as well?
yeah, she's happy too. So see, when you'd like a break, we can bring Pamela Barnwell in.
Right.
And Gareth Denny's going to comment on the finals for us. He's finished his match, as we've seen, against Sue Sellers and has won. So although it was a semi-final for the Z, so that's for 5th to 8th position, they've elected not to play a finals for that game. They're just playing their semi-finals, and I think then they want to all watch the final, and I think Gareth's happy to commentate on that. So,
Yep.
And I noticed that Rosie and David Scott have finished, but I was unfortunately not able to see who won that game, so I'm sure we'll get that result soon.
Yep.
But in this game, it looks like Frier's just got another hoop to bring the score up to 3-4. So, again, he's chasing Peter Landreb, isn't he, in the second game?
Yeah.
And has had a few opportunities but hasn't managed to convert them. But Peter Landreb likewise has had a bit of trouble with the hoops, hasn't he?
Yes, he has. He's missed a couple that I would have expected to see him run.
Yes.
It was surprising.
So we're just going to follow semi-final number 2, just while wait for this hoop to come available.
Right.
Okay, so we've got Derek playing off. So they haven't yet scored hoop 1 in their second game. So Derek, of course, won the first, 7-3, I think.
Correct.
7-3, yeah.
7-3, and so Mark played obviously first in the second game because the loser tees off first in the best of threes, don't they?
That's right.
And it's a competitive game against these two. Neither of them wanting to give way. Both of them are very patient players.
That's right.
They're not in a rush to make bold hoop runs. They'll play a measured game and make sure they're in a good position to succeed in the hoop. But it's interesting because Derek is he's won 2-1, or he's only got one ball in front, so he did go for that hoop. Gentle got the hoop.
I've found him to be a more of a gentle player. He doesn't try to hit tremendously hard.
No, that's right. And it works pretty well for him because he does get into some good positions, and when you've got tight hoops, unless you're really accurate, the firm runs can come astray, can't they?
That's it, yeah.
And you'll end up who knows where on the lawn. So Mark also a very accurate player, so he'll be he's in a good position to get this.
Yeah.
Did he win that? Yes, he
Yeah,
did.
I think
That was
so,
a
the way-
beautiful, beautiful run.
And a beautiful finish down the end.
That's right. So, of course, they'll get their balls in play, I suspect, or they're just negotiating a play-through situation where Peter are coming down to hoop 8 and Derek and Mark are going up to hoop 2. So it looks as though they'll let the primaries come down.
Yep.
And then they'll mark any balls that need to be marked. They've got a pretty good run at it, I think. Yeah, they're marking pink.
Yep.
Derek, of course, is a very well-credentialed referee, as is Peter Frier, both very senior referees and very aware of all the rules and the protocols around play, things like marking balls and being aware of the other game in play. Oh, that one's a bit long, isn't it? He was having a bit of a gentle go at the hoop then, and he nearly inadvertently hit Brown. Peter Landrebe staying well back, and Peter Frier's got his second ball to come down to hoop 8, and he wants to keep that one in front, but it's playing quite fast. So he's just gone a little long.
Yeah.
So pink's being put back, and the secondary colours will play down to hoop 2. He's going to mark that
ball.
that black one. The colours are sometimes tricky to see on the screen, aren't they?
They are. And I made a mistake on a colour earlier.
Because that brown one and that yellow one, or you could almost think they're both yellow.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, but when you look out on the lawn, you can see that they're not. But it's a pretty nice picture. We're getting a lovely picture of the lawns, and as we've discussed, the surrounds. That's a lovely shot by Derek.
Great one. Yeah.
Although Green's right next to him.
Well.
Not sure I would have been that close. I think he probably would have liked to be closer to the hoop or back a bit. But anyway, that's the second ball can change the scenario. So
Everything can change so rapidly.
Oh, can't it? Yeah. So
This ball's
Brown's
a short
keeping a
one.
very respectful distance, maybe too respectful. The lawns, as we say, they're quite thick, the lawns, so they're probably playing a little more slowly than some of the lawns. We've just had the men's at Canberra, and those lawns were playing quite fast. But as you've said, this is just a 12-month venue.
Yeah, that's right.
We're in the early days of it, and I think the lawns are looking fantastic, particularly given that situation. We've got a whole new venue, and you've got 6 lawns, and they're playing very. The surface is lovely and smooth. There's not very many variations in it at all, so that's a real treat.
Yeah, we're working on our greenkeeper to get the lawns a little bit shorter for the ISS later in the year.
Yeah. And you've got to really pace that, because if you cut a lawn too short too soon, you're danger that it's going to die off.
Yeah.
And you don't want that happening. So you've got to kind of give it some growth opportunity, don't you?
That's right.
Especially during the growing months, which I guess is now.
Yeah, well, it's just about finished now, the growing.
Okay, so it'll go down.
It'll slow down, and there won't be much growth in the next few months.
Pick up speed.
Yeah.
It'll pick up speed with the lack of growth.
So Peter's had a couple of rejections there, hasn't he?
There's 2 on this hoop that he's hit a leg instead of the centre of the hoop.
Oh, that wasn't a great outcome. But Peter Frier's, tried to push black away, but he's got himself out of position, I think, as a result. But then red's got a long shot. He can keep an eye on what the other balls are doing. Peter Landrebe's got quite a nice... he's blocked red on the hoop, I think, but he hasn't completely blocked it. So Peter Frier's managed to push him out aside. It is amazing, those shots where your opponent sits in front of the hoop and you're trying to come straight at them. They're a high risk. They look high risk, But as I said to somebody, if you try to put the ball through, you find it quite hard. So that's what I tell myself when I'm doing those clearances. It's damn hard to get this one through, so you're likely to get it off to the side. I think I've put, you go through phases, I think, where you put them through, but mostly they just push off to the side, or you get a nice sharp clearance in it, and it really travels quite a distance.
That's right.
Yeah. So people can afford to be braver with those shots, is my theory.
That's right. Yep.
And sometimes you have to. You don't have many other choices.
You've got no choice. And generally you're in a situation where you can't go for a jump because you're probably out too far.
That's right.
And
well, that's the other option. If you can jump, and some people have a good jumping distance, then that can work very successfully. But if your percentages on your jumps are down a bit, and you're a bit far out, as you say, that clearance can work well. So Peter's now got his 2 balls in the prime spot, Peter Frier. So that's a good achievement, because he just needs one more hoop and he'll be even.
That's right.
The Peters will be even.
The interesting thing about this hoop is that this situation was the opposite just a few minutes ago. We had Peter Landrebe with 2 balls in front.
Yes.
That were ideal running shots, and now we've lost the situation and it's back to a kind of even situation again.
Yeah. Well, Peter Landrebe had those 2 rejections, and that's a high cost. So Peter needs to, he's run that hoop.
Yeah, he's run that one.
And he's put red, he's slightly obscured blue, but not significantly. But that makes it 4-all.
So,
and
much
it's
better
Peter
effort this.
So in the last game, it was 5-3, wasn't it, to Peter Landrebe? I'm pretty sure. So when they went across to 9, Peter Frier got one more hoop to make it 6-4.
Yeah.
But he was still down. Oh, that was a very unlucky miss.
Yeah.
It was almost a bounce in it, wasn't it? If it bounced just a bit left, he would have chipped it.
And that's what I thought he'd do there.
What did you think he'd do? Do a little...
Obstructed that shot so that his black ball over yonder is safe.
Yes, that's a smart move, especially when you're so close.
Yeah. And
you're going to be blocked anyway. It's a very good... It's a good play. And the next hoop is a long way away, so you're going to have a good go at it anyway. Yeah. So Peter's got a great position on hoop 9 and he's run that beautifully.
Beautifully through.
And he's well down to 10. So that's a
good start.
Yeah. And hoop 9 is one of those critical hoops, isn't it?
That's it. Yeah. Makes you feel good at 5-4.
It does. And we're heading to hoop 10. So Peter's run past that hoop 10. And hoop 10, we often say it's the make or break hoop. If you're able to either get the score even or get yourself 6-4 up, that can turn the game.
Turn the game, yes.
Yeah. I'd much rather be 6-4 up going into hoop 11 than 5-all.
That's for sure.
Not that it's not a done deal though, is it?
Oh no, far from it.
6-4 all, you just get those next 2 hoops.
That's
and
all. Then
Bob's
back
your uncle.
6-all.
6-all. And it's happened quite a lot. Peter again had another. So the shot that he did before was closer, I guess.
Yeah.
A much more assured shot. This one, it looked a little bit more like he was kind of having a bit of a bang at it. And so Peter's done a lovely shot there. He's cleared black and he's put himself closer than blue, not block blue, but put pressure on blue.
So does he have a go at the hoop or does he clear yellow?
That's a very good point. It looks like he's going for the hoop to me, and he's missed it. So, And Peter's not clearing black because that
No.
wouldn't really do him much good. He'll just get black closer, if anything. He's trying for a bit of a block. I think he might have got it. I think.
No, I don't think so.
You're not yeah.
I think.
Well, it looked to me as though red drifted across a bit. So Peter Frier's not giving us thumbs up or down, which
No.
he tends to do if he's succeeded. So we don't quite know, but we'll see. We'll see what Peter Landrebe's able to do. Because if he can clear yellow,
Yes.
which he's done,
Yeah.
but not a long way.
No.
Not
No.
a long way, and really, his yellow's got a great shot on blue because now it'll send blue further into the court.
That's right, yeah.
And
He should be able to finish up in front of the hoop himself.
yes,
Yes.
yeah,
that's it.
nice,
Look at that.
beautiful
Yeah.
shot. Just gives himself a bit of a run on.
Yep.
You want those shots rather than a stop shot. You want a bit more follow through.
So you
So-
finish up where you want to be.
Yeah, a little bit more travel in the close ball. It's one of those things, isn't it? Just to weigh up how much you need your striker ball to move in, as opposed to the opposition ball.
Yeah.
And it's a big thing in association croquet. You know which ball moves where. No, he hasn't hit a ball or a hoop that time. Peter Frier's going for that hoop. He's again bounced off, as they all seem to be doing. Yeah, there's a lot of players have been the hoops have really got the better of them.
Challenging. The hoop size is challenging today for them.
It is. I mean, they're not. I think they're very well set hoops. They're very lovely and firm, and a good width. 11/16 is the championship
Size,
standard.
width.
And at some competitions you can see them that the hoops get very narrow, down to 10.5, which is considered intolerance, but is a very difficult for your regular Division 1 player. You know, if you're not an elite player, it can be quite tricky. So there's a bit of a discussion over that shot, whether or not it bounced back onto Peter's hoop, perhaps. Do you want to show that one again, Boyd, or not?
We've only
Too
got
tricky.
16 seconds. So.
Oh, right.
Oh, that's all right. We won't do that.
Yeah, so we missed just what that was about.
Addison Matthews just says, great looking venue.
Hey, thank you, Addison. Great to hear from you. Can't wait to see you playing here.
We think it's a great venue
It
too.
is. It's very impressive. Nice.
Well, one of the things I like is you've got a generous width around between the lawns and the
The
fence,
fences. Yep.
which is really helpful.
That's right.
Yeah, it means the crowd, you can walk around without interfering or wearing your lawns.
Yeah.
We've got, at Canberra, we've got a very tight margin, and so that our lawns come right up to the step from the clubhouse, and so everybody walks straight onto the lawn.
Yeah.
And it does wear, it gives it a bit of wear. And you've got your ag pipes all set up.
Yep. Our biggest problem is how to store them.
They're big, aren't they?
Yeah. Well, there's 220 metres of them.
Okay, and they're long. The one down the middle, they're just a continuous length of pipe.
That's right.
So that probably does make it tricky, because we have the shorter lengths and we tend to need anchors along, say there's 4 to 6 anchors along each lawn, which is annoying when you're trying to kick them out of the way.
Yeah.
There's a bit of a discussion going on here.
Yeah, there is a
about
discussion.
That ball.
I think when Peter moved it, it either came back, rolled back into his mallet, or it was declared to be a push. Oh, I'm sorry, my phone's gone off.
So they're playing on now. So
didn't Peter just play red?
You did, I think.
And so they're calling the ref for black to be played, I think. So it looks as though Peter's ball went back into position.
it went back in
because
front
it
of the
was-
hoop, I think.
Yeah, or just to the side. It's beside the hoop.
Yeah.
And he was trying to bet it in front, and he seemed to have accepted that there was a fault committed, so it's gone back and hasn't really moved any closer to the front of the hoop. But Bob Kerr, the referee, is now marking black, but yellow's playing.
Yellow.
Did I miss something?
Yeah.
Did Peter not play blue? Or was it a wrong
No,
ball?
no, I think there's
Maybe
been a wrong
it's
ball.
wrong ball.
Been a
He's
wrong
in the
ball.
red one, and
That's smart. So he's put the red one. So Peter Landrebe agreed to replace and replay rather than ball swap.
Ball swap.
Because he didn't want yellow straight on that little
Yeah.
front of the hoop, did he?
That's right.
Sorry, that makes sense. Now I'm up with the program.
But now we've...
It's unusual for Peter Frier to commit a fault in the sense of double taps because he's
Yeah.
quite careful about that.
that's twice now that we've seen the wrong ball being played.
Yes.
Yeah, we had quite a bit of it in my block.
Oh,
It doesn't take much, particularly when you've been just playing one game with one set of balls and then you come to the next game with another set of balls. Doesn't take much to confuse, certainly me. And you do need to keep your eye on it too, because it can. I think I played with Derek and we did a rotation or two with
Right.
balls out of order.
yeah.
And neither of us noticed. We just got into that rhythm until one of the spectators told the referee, who said,
You're
stop. Yeah. And it's tricky when you get into those patterns. When do you tell the players to stop?
yeah.
I mean, basically the referee needs to tell them as soon as they notice. You don't want to be seen to give anyone a benefit from it. So it's a tricky situation. So we've got a marked ball here so that Peter and Peter can play up to hoop. Continue
Yeah,
playing hoop 10.
Yeah.
I don't know what time that started. Okay, after, but I have got a clock on when the game started at the very start.
So in the other semi-final that Derek and Mark are playing, they're one each. So it looks as though they're now waiting for this play of hoop 10 to come up because it's their hoop 3.
Yeah.
So they're on the sidelines now waiting for Peter and Peter to finish this, clearing this ball. I don't know why he pushed
Why would you
red up.
red up there?
Perhaps it makes it easier for blue to clear if it needs it or something. I don't know. Oh, Peter went.
Well,
I suspect he would have been trying to clear blue,
yeah.
but he didn't get blue. So he's now. But it looks as though yellow might be blocking blue. What do you think?
Yeah, it could be.
No, he's jumping.
No, jumping.
Peter Landreb will jump. Will do a jump. It's
Streaming.
a close jump, which can be good.
Yeah.
But it's also.
I'm happy with that length jump.
You like that length?
I length that.
Yeah, I
like
find that a little bit close. He hasn't succeeded.
Yeah, that didn't do it.
Yeah, they've kept their record. Have any jumps
They haven't
succeeded
had a
yet?
jump yet. No.
Which is unusual. They normally, these are just
So-
another form of play, really.
Yeah.
Actually, he's blue in that hoop now.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got him out of
He-
the hoop, but he didn't go
He-
through himself. So it looks as though blue's in front of the hoop, black's
Yeah.
off to the side. It's a bit hard to tell
Yeah,
from
we
the
can't
our
tell
angle.
whether-
That's
Can't
better.
see whether black can clear the.
Can clear. I think black can clear either ball.
Right.
Black can see yellow, and I think it can see. I think it can see yellow. Can certainly see red.
Yeah.
But it's interesting there.
I see.
Pete Landrebe is manoeuvring around here.
I'm intrigued as to what he's going to do.
So it is black to play, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it's black to play.
Oh, he's pushed blue.
Behind the hoop, or so that it's hidden from red, maybe.
So yellow's cleared black, but blue's the next ball to
Yeah.
play. But blue's on the side. So he's going to try and bring blue in front, I think, and hide from red.
Yeah.
There's a lot of manoeuvring here, isn't there?
A bit of
Who can-
sneaky shots going on.
Indeed. So it looks as though red can see blue to us, but I don't think it can.
He's going to
So
come
it's going
through
to come
the hoop.
through the back. We're
Ah.
just putting it in there. I'm surprised he didn't try and come through. He must have been to the side.
Yeah, and he's still not in front.
So Peter Landrebe has had a shot on yellow, which black has just skimmed yellow and ended up the other side of hoop 11. So Peter's now put Landrebe through the hoop, hasn't he?
No, he didn't put him through.
Didn't he?
No.
Oh, okay. But he's got yellow in front, which is great, and he's now a long way away.
Yeah.
So really Peter Frier's now got control of this
over
hoop.
this. Yeah.
I thought Peter Landrebe might have been taking advantage of trying to get into position for the next hoop,
Yeah, coming off the...
but I don't think that was the goal.
No, I don't think so.
And it's not going to work because he's going to have to come back now. And Peter's got a pretty strong, Peter Frier's strong position there in front of that hoop 10.
Yeah.
As we said, that critical hoop, isn't it?
And this could make it really interesting, the last few hoops.
Yes, which is good. The last game was the same.
Yeah.
It's almost like they get to the business end of the game and they pull out all stops. Do you think Peter Frier might be looking at having... oh no, he's just playing. I think what he's trying to do is to set up a promotion shot so that red pushes yellow through the hoop and ends up in front of hoop 11.
Yeah.
Which is a good way of getting yourself ahead at the next hoop.
That's it.
Especially when you've got a corner hoop, when you're not able to push your ball down to the next one.
Yeah, you got to use something.
You use something else by getting your other ball bouncing off to the hoop to come, and at least being in a position to defend it. Because Peter Landrebe's got a black ball
Already there.
Although he moved that ball, and so it must be just onside. So Peter Landrebe's now saying, you can't play silly buggers forever. I'm going to come here and stop you doing that.
Yeah, and that's
but
what
Peter's
he's done.
a pretty nice shot. His red's gone further than he might ideally like, but it's 5-all, and and red's the closest to the next hoop, probably. So that's a very
handy position.
So all that messing around with hoop 10, this is what they're after. They're trying to get a benefit, weren't they, from
That's right.
At the next hoop. And Peter Frier wanted the benefit of 5-all and the advantage to get to hoop 11.
Just an update in a semi-final 2. It's now 1-all in that one.
So they'll come back and they'll be taking their balls across to the same hoop we've just been watching. As soon as Peter Frier's out of the way, and he's going to be clearing black. Yep, nice clearance. So Derek and Mark should be approaching hoop 3 shortly if Peter Frier gets out of the way.
Yep.
They're being very patient, aren't they? I'd be hassling him. But there is a clearance coming through, so you don't want to get in the way of that. So they're very respectful of the other double bank players.
So what's Peter doing here? He's just going to
He's
set up
just going
right
to
in
set
front.
up. Yep. The accuracy of those shots is great, isn't it?
It is.
I don't know if you've tried those tiny little ones.
Yeah, I try them many times, but to get them right although they're easier on these lawns than what we had at our old site.
Yes, because these lawns, the grass is a lot more even.
Yeah,
and
we've found the difference in the play coming from the old lawns to here has been quite dramatic.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you had that sort of general oval type grass
That's
on the
right.
whole, didn't you? Which is a flatter, broader grass.
We tried to keep this similar grass, but the levels weren't right,
Yes,
And
yes.
we just couldn't get the drainage was terrible. And
Near the creek there too.
we had a creek there, but theoretically we should have been able to drain water into the creek and clear the oval. But the soil was just clay and and mud. And, 2 days of rain, we'd be off for a week.
Yeah, that's frustrating, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which is a problem in the Hunter region, isn't it? You do get
It was
a
a pretty
bit of water.
firm ground down there though.
Yeah. But we found that if you had a few days of rain, you'd be off for twice as long as the rain lasted.
Yeah.
And,
So Peter Landrebe practicing his swings there in the front of the screen, and it looks as though the secondaries are almost across.
Yep, there's two good-looking balls over there.
Yeah. So Peter Frier's playing red, hiding a bit from black, I suspect. Perhaps not really, perhaps just taking up position where it's less attractive.
So,
And he's got two balls on the side, on the side-ish, and blue's not sitting nicely in front of the hoop. It's on one of the legs. Whether that's a runnable shot, it's probably is runnable because it's not on the leg, is it?
it's dangerous where it is with the yellow ball where it is. So
Yes.
he maybe needs to put a blocker.
Oh, you could be reading his mind.
Yeah, a bit short, I think.
Bit short, I think so.
Peter could do some damage here if he's...
Oh no, he's
Oh.
done the worst thing that you need to do, which is put him firmly in the jaws.
That's it.
It was a dangerous shot because yellow was just at an angle. It wasn't straight on the side. Not 90 degrees, it was kind of 60 degrees or something. So Peter Landrebe now, good chance to get down to hoop 12.
Which he's done.
And he's put in a nice,
That's a nice shot.
That's a lovely shot. So,
Nice weight.
Yep. So that takes him to 6-5, and Peter Frier's got the work to do
And that
to
might
wrestle
be a bit long.
hoop 12 back. No, he's good.
That's
he's
all right. Yeah,
still in
that's
front
cool.
of the hoop.
Yeah.
You often have your shots a bit blocked down to hoop 12 with the peg in the
That's
way and the hoop, and so you just want to get down as near as you can. He's going for the hoop, is he?
Oh, yes.
Oh, and he nearly
was.
did it. That would have been a spectacular result if he'd achieved that, but he's unfortunately just bounced to the side, so that leaves, I don't know if he's blocked blue. Would you clear red?
I'd be clearing red and leaving black with the shot.
Yeah, that's one of his options. Black's a bit far out,
Yeah.
but then again, he doesn't need to run this. No, he's going to go for blue. He just needs to run this, and then he's got the
that's right.
game and the match. But he hasn't.
It hasn't.
So that was a risky shot. So Peter Frier will likely now clear
Clear black.
stay around, and then put yellow either in the jaws or as close as he can to it. So again, another shot not succeeding on the hoop when you would normally expect Peter Landrebe to do that. So they're just challenging championship hoops, really, basically, aren't they?
Yep.
Keeps it exciting. That's interesting. He's coming a long way back, isn't he?
That's right.
So, and Peter's going to clear blue, not going into the hoop because black's there to jump.
It was almost as if he was going to try and clear the blue and finish blocking anything else.
Yes, well, he hasn't blocked, but he's certainly... Oh, look, that's a nice shot. Nearly very successful, but off to the side. So Peter just needs to clear black here, doesn't he?
That's all.
He's having a think. Peter Frier needs to get not only run this hoop but be able to achieve something for hoop 13.
That's right.
So he might be having a think about that. It's one of the areas that they've been covering in the team training for the state squad.
Right.
After the men's event in Canberra, which I think was 2 weeks ago, they had a squad training practice, and I think one of the topics was how to manage hoop 13, how to set yourself up for winning hoop 13, particularly when you're the second person to have a shot at it. And I wasn't at the session, so I can't give you the in-depth insight, but it's something Peter Landreb is very good at, and has coached a number of players in, and so they would have been discussing setting up promotion shots, making sure that your ball goes through the hoop with a good enough margin, so that you're not stuck behind hoop 12, which is a terrible place to be. Terrible place to be. What to do if your opponent is trying to, not to give your opponent the opportunity to hit you and be on side at hoop 13. So that's one of the tricks that they quite often do. Try and get down there before the opponent, who might then deem their ball at hoop 12. So there's a lot of interesting tactics related to that. Now he's tried to interfere there with the red. I don't know how much he's done it. And he's run that beautifully. That's the way we need to run the hoops.
That's what we want to see.
Peter's asking to know the time. Do we know how much time there is? I haven't been told in this game.
No, I don't know when, because we'll follow the other game. I didn't know when this game started.
No, the timing is quite complicated.
So I think a good idea would be to have a horn, an air horn or something, just when the game's...
They don't like air horns.
Well,
it interferes with the other games.
Oh well, you know when the games are starting then.
Well, the game starts as soon as they tee off from hoop 1, but
yeah, but it
depends if you see it or not.
Well,
and they've been having a few timeouts as well.
So they've. Oh, that's right. He was actually saying stop our clock because we can't get to 13. Sorry, I
think that's what it was.
I should have realised
that.
13. So I don't think they're running into time problems, because they're pretty expeditious players, Peter Landrebe and Peter Frier, aren't they? So they've moved the game on pretty quickly, and we can see that it's hoop 3 for the other semi-final. So they started second, so they're going to take
still
longer.
1-1.
They're 1-1, and they've had a bit of a hold up while they're waiting for primaries. So it looks as though Derek's going for a jump with white over green, which he's done really nicely.
That's the first jump we've seen today.
I think Derek has done another jump that's worked, but I couldn't swear to it. And he's left, the beauty of it is you've left green, I think, behind the hoop. Although, no, it looks as though Mark has got a clear hoop.
Yeah.
So Mark will be a bit disappointed about that, because he was closer to the hoop. And he's now heading down to hoop 4. So Derek and Mark's second game of their semi-final, it's 2-1 to Derek. And Derek, of course, won the first, 7-3. And Boyd seamlessly switched across to the other game. Very nicely done. And Derek's now coming down to hoop 4 as well. So Derek's having a good semi-final here, isn't he?
He sure is.
And well deserved. He's been playing for quite a while. I don't know that he's ever been in the state team.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, thank you. So he's, I think he's been quite...
He might be heading towards a state team this year, perhaps.
Yeah, I think it's something on his radar. He's certainly been successful in a number of competitions in the men's. I think he's won some of the titles. He's certainly done quite well in the men's this year and last year. So I think he's a strong contender certainly for state play and for the men's competition coming up in September. One of the players to watch. So
That's a good result from where he was.
Yes, he had a hampered shot then,
Yeah.
didn't he? And the ref was watching it, so his pink and white are in quite good positions, but of course we can hear you crunching.
There's a little bit of morning too.
Move your mic. But Mark's first there, so he's going to have...
So how's that finished up? Looks like a good position to me.
It looks like a pretty good position to me too, so Peter's going to have to make sure he doesn't hit the black and that it still enables red to continue in a nice straight trajectory. So he hasn't moved black, but he hasn't cleared
Couldn't
blue.
touch.
So Peter Landreb's in a great spot at hoop 13, just in front. So it takes a bit of practice to get yourself in good positions in hoop 13, doesn't it?
It does, yes.
We've had I've seen quite a number of shots go short because the lawns have got are that bit thicker and they don't have the same run. But once you get the hang of it, you can stop where you want to stop. So that's the benefit.
I like the lawns this
like them?
length because I feel that they just don't keep rolling on.
That's right, they don't. They pretty much stop where the end of the momentum is.
Yeah.
I think for people playing association, they probably like a little bit more run.
Yeah, our association players always say we like it short and running.
Yep. So Mark Scruton is going to have a go at this hoop, I think, for hoop 3 in the other... and he's run it. Beautiful hoop.
Yep.
So I think that's probably 2-all in that game.
That'd be 2-all, yes.
Yep. So that's an exciting game. Derek won the first and now it's even in the second. Okay, so it looks as though Peter Landrebe is weighing up what it is yellow can see. So black's job is to defend the runner, isn't it? If possible, either defend it by stopping yellow from attacking it, or he's just going to leave it there. He's just going to put it on the line. So that's an interesting play because I would be concerned that I didn't have 2 balls down there.
That's right. But
I'd
it wasn't very far that he had to go to get online.
True. So it makes it quite a good option, really, as long as he's got it right. Oh, yep.
And with the blue where it is, this could be game set.
This could be game, set and match. Yep. So
Set, bingo.
Yeah. Peter Landrebe, of course, has won the first game in this best of 3 and 6-all in the second, as it was in the first, and he's in the prime seat, really, isn't he? What's he, 2 feet out? If 1 foot out, not
he's
very
quite
far.
Close, yes.
He's close. I shouldn't be talking feet. A number of young people tell me they don't know what I'm talking about. So
let's call it 350 mil.
Oh no, I think he's more than that.
Yeah, no, I'd go with a foot.
You go with a foot?
Yeah, he's a foot. We give him a foot.
Give him a foot.
So I think they're just waiting for this one here.
Oh, so Peter will
Just
put
get
it
out
through
his-
with force. I'd just give it a nice little nudge,
Yeah,
but
so would I. At this point, I'd be making sure that I got it.
that's right. I don't need to get to the next hoop.
An Egyptian style hit, you reckon?
Yeah, probably. Yeah. It's ending with a flourish when you do that, isn't it? We love ending with a flourish. Oh,
It's missed it all.
Mark's missed that shot.
Okay, here we go.
Anyway, Peter is now for the game,
Yeah,
and he's
does
won.
so.
Yeah. Well done,
Well done.
Peter Landrebe. But a great game, 6-all for both of those
right.
games. You
Yeah,
couldn't
7-6,
ask for more than
7-6.
that.
Yeah, 7-6, 7-6. That's beautiful.
And I think Peter Frier really got himself in contention. Just didn't quite have the same degree of accuracy, perhaps, and precision that Peter Landrebe does. But both great players.
Yeah,
great to watch.
They both played relatively well as each other, I think.
Yeah. Well, Peter Landrebe's probably the most experienced player in the state in terms of, especially being at that level. He's played in Division 1 level at both codes.
Right.
For many years, so he's got a lot of experience behind
Ethan's had a comment there saying, Kate, you know what you're talking about.
Thanks, Ethan.
Yeah.
I hope you're going well. Ethan Gumbrell would have been commenting, and Ethan, of course, is representing Australia at the World Under-21 Championships in Florida, in the USA. So I hope it's nice down there, mate. So it must be tomorrow because it starts on Monday American time.
Right, that's tomorrow.
So one more sleep for Ethan.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
That's a bit exciting.
Very exciting.
All the best, Ethan.
And Karen Bisley's there with him. So all our best regards and wishes to you, Ethan. Enjoy the competition. And Ethan, of course, was in the state team last year and is in the squad this year as well. So he's a great addition to the New South Wales players.
You'll be able to watch that on the Croquet USA, I think it is. Croquet USA YouTube channel?
Yes, they are
Yeah.
streaming it. I don't know if they're doing every day. We'll try and put a link up to that, actually. So I'm wondering whether we get Pamela.
Yeah.
Do you want to see
I'll
if
have a
Pamela
break.
wants to come and you have a break, Bill?
I'll have a break.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks, Kate.
Alan. Thanks for your
Thank you.
input. That's great. So Pamela Barnwell, who's Derek's partner, is at the venue, and another Newcastle member. So it would be lovely to have her input to this session, where her husband is playing off for the second spot in the final. So this is to determine who's going to meet Peter Landrebe in the New South Wales Open Golf Croquet Championship final. And it's 2 apiece in the second game. And of course Derek's won the first game very convincingly, 7-3. It's a good result for Derek. Mark's having a hoop attempt, a quite long angled hoop attempt. But one he's not afraid to take them on. And he's succeeded.
He makes it.
Yeah.
Nicely played.
Yeah, he's got a lovely steady style, Mark, and very accurate. He puts in, he certainly practices. He's got his process nailed. So he's a very successful player. So Gareth's going to join us. Pamela Barnwell, also known as Gareth. I've been presenting you, my co-commentator, as the husband of Derek, but you might have to not wear that mantle.
Hello, mate. Welcome back.
So welcome to the commentary team, Gareth.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Kate. Brilliant to be here. It's such a beautiful day, beautiful venue, and a really intriguing game of developing here.
It is, isn't it? Yeah, I was just saying Derek has had a pretty good win in the first game at 7-3, but Mark's just crept ahead in the second, 3-2. Derek's put in a beautiful white ball down to hoop 6, and we'll see what Mark can do to respond. He's got a little bit of a hampered shot.
It's quite hampered, isn't it? It's that horrible distance, which is about a mallet head away from the hoop. It's sort of not close. Oh, a beautiful view there of just how difficult this shot is.
Yeah, and he's rightly calling the ref. Somebody said to me it's the devil's distance.
Yes,
You heard that?
yes.
You
No,
like
I
that
haven't, but
expression?
that's a very good phrase. Yeah,
It's
a very
quite
good
colourful. I don't know where the devil comes into it, but
No.
it's the devil of a job
Maybe
getting it
6
out.
inches.
We've been discussing whether we should talk metric or imperial. It's a conundrum, isn't it?
It is. But look, it's a unit of measurement that you use in relation to a croquet lawn. So it's not too difficult for anybody to get the hang of the fact, because everything's in these sort of blocks of 7. So or 3.5.
But no, 7 I think's a great number to know when you're looking at the croquet lawn. So Mark's got an interesting stance for this shot.
Very
isn't
interesting.
He?
Gosh, he's really split there, isn't he? But he's an amazing student of the game, and he would have. You can bet your bottom dollar that he would have rehearsed that one, practiced that one.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Tried out a number of different methodologies before he settled on that one.
Probably got some very strong objective data on all the different variants.
Doubtless. So now really Derek's just needing to clear brown and to leave hopefully him with the hoop. If he's cleared brown far enough, we don't mind. That's still an option.
Yeah, it's a good 13 yards or so away from the white, and Mark really has no option now but to shoot at that white, because the white is just so close to the hoop.
Absolutely. Yep. No, it's one of those times where you think there's not a choice, and so you need to just put on your big girl pants, or even your big boy pants,
or even your big gender neutral pants.
Much better. Why didn't I think of that expression?
A lovely view of Mark's swing from here. Look, you can see the very, very straight way that it all comes through, and that's just going to miss a little bit.
Just a little bit. It had a little bit of a bend in it. So Gareth, you've been a student of the swings of the mallet.
Well, yeah, I know. I'm a great fan of the videoing the swing, and
he's put it at just
put it in there, and we know Mark can jump from 4 yards, so he'll definitely be trying that.
And you can see that he's actually
pacing it out.
The distance, because that affects the way he's going to stand or the angle, I'm sure.
He's probably sent it up to central command in the back of his mind, and now they're deciding what angle the mallet has to make on the back of the ball to project it up by exactly the right parabola to get it through the hoop.
Doubtless that's happened. So he's got a split stance for the jumps, which is also a bit unusual.
Yep, and he doesn't have his hands up on the top of his mallet like he does for all the other shots that he plays.
No.
And it's interesting because he takes these big sort of axe chopping sort of swings, and then he stops, and then he'll just play the one shot without the
into position.
And we can't.
It's a nice height. Did he get that or not?
No,
I don't think so.
He would have been reaching for his the clips in his holster. If he had.
Watch that again on the.
Watch that again.
Lake Macquarie
nice. Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, it certainly got the height, didn't he?
Yes, it could have easily done it if it was slight. I just did a little dance, which fooled me for a moment.
The dance was deceptive. I agree.
Yes, it was.
And Derek looking at the ball, maybe.
Is he trying to do some shenanigans here, do you think?
Well, the white looks very plump and easy to go through the hoop, doesn't it? So you can't imagine that he would be too worried about it being dislodged. I can't.
No, he's just putting in a backup plan. Or he could be putting in a promotion opportunity. Yeah. But with green there, I don't know that you'd do that. You don't want green to push white out.
Yeah. So what Kate's saying there is Derek could deem his white ball. Let's imagine that for a moment that the brown misses the white here, or maybe doesn't even attempt to go for it. Then Derek obviously can make the hoop very easily with the white, but he might decide to leave it there, because if you notice where the pink is, it's in a position where it could push the white through, and in doing so the pink could go up to the next hoop number 7.
Yep.
So what Kate's sort of saying is that Derek might be thinking that he could deem the white, but remember Mark's green ball is on the northern boundary, 11.5 yards away. and Derek might not want to risk Mark taking that shot, although he might want to tempt him into it as well.
Yes, to get him out of the picture.
That's right, because you can imagine if Mark misses from that distance, he's all the way down on the south boundary. Now he's calling the ref, so obviously this is not as trivial as it looks from here.
Yeah, perhaps it's just a little bit off centre. So he's either getting the ref to watch that he doesn't crush on the way through, or he's wanting to do such a delicate shot. I think he's going to run. He's going to run.
So, Kate, while he's running the hoop, could you remind me who we've got the Club Macquarie little watermark in the bottom left-hand corner here. Are they sponsoring this coverage?
They're the sponsor of Toronto Croquet
Club.
Club.
Of the Croquet Club, right.
Yep.
So not this coverage in particular, but just of the
club in general.
Club and
they're a supporter of the Toronto Croquet Club, So
brilliant. Thanks,
Which
Boyd.
is great. And I understand when we have the Interstate Shield coming up in September, as we will, the dinner will be at the Club Macquarie.
Oh, right.
And I think there'll be various enticements for people to avail themselves of their facilities. So
they've got accommodation there as well.
Yep. So it's fabulous that they do sponsor this club. It's great.
All right. So Mark responded to Derek going through hoop 6 by placing a very beautiful green ball in front of hoop 7, and Derek took a sort of mid-pace style clearance at it and missed. So Mark now putting a block in to try and stop the white. Now that's a very interesting strategy, isn't it, Kate? Because if you get that wrong, you can end up looking a bit silly. Because
you can indeed, because you're a long way from the action.
Yeah.
And you've just left yourself in no man's land. We noticed Pete Landrebe did that a couple of times, which I thought was uncharacteristic.
Well, he did it with great effect in that last game, didn't he?
He did. He stopped Peter getting there for hoop 13, clearing him at hoop 13 when he had a ball in a very prime spot. So, and he didn't have to move his ball far to achieve the clearance, so that to achieve the block. So that makes it a more effective strategy. But yes, I'm a bit of a fan of, I like a backup plan.
Yes. I feel the egg on the face is very, very thick when you don't get those blocks.
Yes, painful.
Mark looking to run.
Yeah. So he's got the only ball in town in a very nice spot at hoop 7.
And he runs it well, and it scoots about halfway down the lawn. So he'll be pretty happy with that, and he takes a 4-3 lead.
Yep. So he's just edging himself in front in this second game, after Derek was pretty much in control of the first game.
Yes. So 7-3 the first game. Was that always Derek leading, or was it sort of like 3-3 and then Derek just found another gear?
Look, we didn't follow that in detail.
Eric was.
But my understanding is Derek got off to a great start, and I don't think Mark caught him. So
So a beautiful pink ball there, Kate. Absolutely perfect. I mean, only a yard in front of the hoop, and maybe even blocking any shot that Green had anyway.
Could be blocking Green. Either way, you're going to scare Green. You're going to give Green a challenge.
Because Mark has to be careful putting this ball in that he doesn't block Green's clearance on. Oh, that's a beautiful shot.
That's pretty good, isn't it?
Shot.
Right in front of hoop.
Absolutely
8.
Exquisite.
I was going to say Derek is a master of placement, but I think Mark is possibly a master of placement also.
Absolutely.
They really both have that very good skills in that area.
Very, very strong in judging distance.
Yeah, so do you think Derek's going to try and block Green on pink? It looks like what he's trying to do.
Looks like that. It hasn't really achieved that.
Won't quite do it, no.
Now, but the danger for Mark, because obviously he has to clear the pink, but the danger is, hitting the pink onto brown.
That's right, hitting the pink through the hoop.
Slightly missing the pink and hitting your own brown ball. I mean, it's fraught. Yeah. I mean, it's about 8 yards away. It's just a distance where you're not going to have that control over the centre ball. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, no, it is. It's a challenging shot. You've got to keep your cool in these shots, don't you?
Certainly do.
Not be rattled by it. And if anyone's going to not be rattled, it'll be Mark.
Oh!
Pushed his own ball through. That was remarkable.
Well, he apologises to Derek there, and quite rightly
yes,
so, because
that was an unintended but very happy
have a look at this on the Club Macquarie replay.
Here it comes.
Gets a little tickle off the pink, hits the brown, and through it goes.
Yeah, you couldn't have written that script, could you?
Well, I mean, a gentleman would certainly acknowledge that luck played a part there. A non-gentleman would say that they played for that.
Yes. Well, we won't ask which category either of us are in.
No.
So that's given Mark a handy lead of 5-3 up, coming up to hoop 9. Derek's put an okay ball in front, not great.
And Mark hasn't taken advantage of it, because Mark has put a ball in that makes it quite easy for Derek to clear and improve his own position.
Yes, it's basically saying, please hit me and get closer to the hoop. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So a good white here is going to be very
that's a
good,
nice
and that is
ball.
a very good white.
That's a lovely ball.
Yeah, so it's quite tricky for Mark now, because he knows there may even be a snuggle on here
A snuggle,
a stymie.
That's a possibility, because if you send Brown to the border, he's still got
a 7-yard
the control of that territory.
That's right,
7 yard.
right.
Mark wouldn't be too worried about it. He'd be pretty confident. However, having said that, I think Green's going to have a crack at white.
Yeah.
Because
White's very dangerous.
White's the danger ball.
Very dangerous.
And we want to go for the danger ball in this situation, and it won't leave him too far out of the action if he has to sail past. But as I say, he's pretty good at these clearances. So
so it's about 10 yards away.
Yeah. He's doing his casting action, and that's a pretty spot-on shot.
What a great shot.
And
Beautiful.
Green just stays right near the hoop.
As you say, just a brilliant shot, because Green is now in a brilliant clearing position.
Yep.
White is, almost on the boundary.
Yep. And Derek's going to fall in enemy hands if he tries to get too close to the hoop. So he needs to. So this is a good shot in this situation, because now if Green tries to clear him, he's just taking him back to the boundary, and Pink's got the only shot on the hoop that really counts.
The white can clear the green, of course. So depending on what Mark does here. To be honest, I mean, this is a really intriguing tactical position. There's a number of options available here, and Mark chooses just to put in a very solid runner.
And to probably be blocking Pink by the look.
Yes, you're right. You're right.
I think it is.
Yes, that's exactly what he's done. He's blocked Pink, and Derek choosing to take that brown ball out.
Derek's choosing to go for the green.
Do you think so?
And
you're right.
bounce
Sorry.
in front. So he
my ability to see the angles there was really poor.
Yes,
it looked very all money that he was taking the brown out.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, I'm going for the live action. I can see the live action with one eye and the screen with the other. I'm ambidextrous, ambivisioned here. So that was.
Well, don't give things away if there's a delay, though.
No.
I don't know how much of a delay we have on between what we're seeing on the screen and what sort of delay do we have, Boyd? None.
We do, but Boyd's telling us to act as though there's no delay.
Yeah. Oh, well, I won't. I'm not going to look at. the.
None. You reckon there's none?
Okay.
So we're all gathered around hoop 9 now, and I think Pink's going to have to clear at least brown. So if Pink clears brown and then white clears green, they're in control. That's the theory, isn't it?
Particularly if they can stay around.
Stay around, because they're not too long clearances. And Derek's pretty good at staying around. Oh, but he's bounced it off the hoop.
Ooh,
that was
all sorts of things happening there. Could we get a replay of that one, Boyd? Or is it too late?
Because Brown must have jumped into.
Here we go. Let's see what happens. So he hits the brown.
Yeah.
Brown and hits the green.
Which was always the danger. probably what Mark was hoping for. So now
Now, a good
Mark's...
powerful hit by Mark here to send this pink all the way towards our commentary position.
You think he'll do... I think he's just going to go into the back lawn because he wants Brown to hang around, I fear.
Well, I mean,
Let's
if he gets...
see. If you can get a bit of an angle on it.
Oh, sorry, of course, because White's going to play before. Yes, sorry.
So he has shifted pink into the middle of the field. But yeah, White's now got a bit of a shot to remove green.
And maybe get a lucky little flick off the green into the hoop. You never know.
Quite
you never know your
possible.
luck in a big city.
Would you play for such a shot, Gareth?
Oh, I'm not good enough to do snazzy things.
Yeah.
Like that.
So he had the general gist of it, but
Yeah.
to me they're a second level of good fortune if they occur.
Yeah.
With some amount of planning.
Well, the croquet gods do owe Derek a bit of luck, don't they? After
After
hoop 11, 9.
Hoop 8.
Hoop 8. Yeah,
I totally agree. That was a...
They were lavish in their bestowment of luck to Mark on the previous hoop.
Yes, they might have overdone it.
Yeah, I think they have. They're probably consulting with themselves now, going, I think we got that.
Overdid that one.
Yeah.
Well, Mark is he's the one that needs to win this game. So
Yes.
so that's keeps it exciting for the punters.
It does, and we do have some punters. We've got.
We had Ethan a minute ago
We've got
from the United States.
Oh, lovely. Okay. Well, we wish him luck in his tournament.
His under 21 Worlds.
Yeah.
I mentioned that. So I think it's starting tomorrow American time. Monday, which will be American time tomorrow for us. And Addison Matthews has made a comment saying he thought the venue looked good.
Yeah, the venue is spectacular. And they were telling me that these lawns are only a year old or so, and yet look at them, they're magnificent.
They are good, aren't they? Very healthy and even surface, no patches of grass that's not grown well or anything.
No, they seem
which
to be
is great.
Doing a good job of keeping all the magpies that like to peck away at the little beetles underneath, or the grubs.
Well, they do a great job, the magpies. They aerate the soil, don't they?
Well, yeah, I think the opinion is divided on that one, Kate.
Okay. But it's a year today since the opening of this venue.
Very good.
So that's very
good.
auspicious that we should be having this final.
Yep. And it's a wonderful facility.
Oh, that was unlikely,
uncharacteristic little skew past there, which now offers Mark a good opportunity. And 6-3 is a big lead.
It is a big lead.
And 6-3, particularly with Mark's ability to get the ball through the hoop to the next one, is particularly devastating. So let's not put commentator's curse on him. No, he's still got to make.
No, he's got to
he's
do
still
it.
got to make this.
And we've seen the Peters both miss a number of hoops that we would have expected them to run.
Yep.
So anyway, Mark's going to be very careful in his preparation, his process that's very consistent.
You rarely see him rush.
No, I don't think it's happened. I'm not sure that I would have been around for that. Oh, but he's bounced off. Sorry, it was me. It was me who cursed it, was it?
No. You just said, he bounced off before he actually took the shot on the screen.
Sorry, viewers. I'll try and make sure I watch the screen.
1 second.
Yeah. So at least we now know what the delay is.
But that was a commentator's curse, wasn't it?
Derek playing another uncharacteristically just not getting the accuracy that he's famous for.
He normally is so accurate, so you've got to cut him a bit of slack, don't you? He's got to have a few misses.
Tune it in. He says hello from Queanbeyan.
Oh, Kevin McGlynn.
G'day, Kevin. And Kevin, of course, the New South Wales men's champion.
That's right. Was it last weekend?
Last weekend, yeah.
Last weekend.
It seems like ages ago, but it was only last weekend that we were watching his heroics. Mark won't be happy with that. He was playing for a little Jawsey shot, but he's actually ended up against the right leg.
He has.
And that's it's always very annoying when you do that.
So that's playing into Pink's. Pink might get an opportunity to sneak in there. He hasn't left a big gap, but you never know. A chance to move green at the very least. And they're both casters, these two, aren't they?
They're both casters. Yep. And what a reply! Look at that.
Fabulous shot. Just replace Pink with
Can
green.
we get a replay of that? Because that was amazing. Kicking the green out and nestling in the jaws. Look at this.
I love those. It's almost like they've just swapped them over. I've just swapped
now
Pink for where green was.
I'm interested here, Kate, that Mark just has played the brown into what I imagine is a jumping position, which implies that Mark is confident of extracting the white with the green, or that the white can't get through next go, because otherwise you'd think he would have promoted the green behind the hoop so that the green can.
Yes, interesting. I'm not sure that Mark does that trick, although he may do if needed.
Yeah.
But then you become a bit of a. But he's clear. He's got the green.
All right.
So now that's a tricky jump, isn't it? So were you saying that you think Brown's going to jump? Because Brown's too late.
Oh look, I'm sorry. Actually, I got confused there because that's actually the pink in the.
It's the pink in the jaws.
Yeah. Sorry, it's the pink in the jaws. Yeah.
So the green one will.
Yeah.
Is now out of position. It's still a feasible jump. So he's pacing it.
Pacing.
And thinking, well, he doesn't have another option. I mean, one could simply travel halfway to the next hoop if one didn't fancy a jump, or but he's not going to lose much by trying.
Yeah, and I mean, even if he promoted Derek, it would be no worse than Derek taking the next shot up to the next hoop anyway. So he might as well go for the jump, and he's awfully good at doing it.
He is good, and you, as you say, if it's nothing to lose, then you take on these shots. He might even tip Pink and be onside as he sails past. He's doing his preparation. We can see that preparation is very consistent.
Oh, he manages to knock the pink out, so
that's not a bad result.
And it often happens, doesn't it, that when you take a jump,
yes,
it dislodges the ball.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. That's a lot of my jumps end up being a dislodgement of the ball shot.
Yeah.
People think I'm doing a jump.
And
it looks like a jump.
Yes, I know what you mean. And sometimes when they insist that the referees come out for a jump, you sort of almost feel like saying, actually, I'm not doing this to make the hoop. I'm doing this to
I'm just trying to cause problems.
Just trying to get rid of stuff.
Yep. Don't hold me to a jump, please.
So a lot of rotations now on hoop 9.
There are, yeah. And we are.
And they're checking time. They're looking at watches and.
I'd be checking time.
Have we? Do we know how long we've been going in this particular game?
No, we don't.
I gather there was a little bit of a timing discussion in the first game. Is that right?
Look, I don't think I was aware of that. Was there?
Yeah, we weren't sure because they said that the time they keep playing the first one, they just continue into the next time.
Yes.
So does that mean that means we'll have less time in this one?
Yes, correct.
So they've used some of their time. So they've gone from 75 to 70 minutes.
Yeah.
But with a bit less than that.
But they've eaten into that 70 here.
And they've eaten into it. So.
And that would be counting in Mark's favour at the moment because the rule is certainly in favour of the player that is not only ahead but ahead by 2, and the referees come on with a clock in hand, which adds further weight to the idea that we might be having time issues. be nice if we could
We've
get
been going for 188 minutes. That's from the very first game.
Okay.
Is that allowing for the gap?
I'm going to go and find out.
No.
Just give me a
so
second.
Gareth's going to do some in-depth research into this critical issue for us, which is great. And in the meantime, Derek is playing to the hoop. He's just bounced off, but he's still in front. And Green's to come from the side to play, but I think he'll be looking to clear pink because he won't want pink to clear brown because brown is in probably a good jumping position.
So, Kate, the situation is that time has gone.
Okay.
And the rule is that they finish this hoop.
Yes.
And then they play 2 rotations.
Yes.
After that.
Yes.
So Derek has to win this hoop.
Yes. You're right.
So Derek has to win this hoop. If he does win the hoop, he's then only got 2 rotations to make the next one.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
So in a sense. Anyway, let's see what happens.
So it's a very critical point. Mark missed his clearance on pink, so pink will clear brown. So hopefully allowing it to not see or have a very tricky shot on white. And he'll want white to be able to... Derek will want white to become a runner for hoop 10.
Yeah, because the really crucial thing here is that Derek must not only make this hoop, he has to then make the next hoop with just 2 shots on each ball. So Derek needs to be in an absolutely commanding position on this hoop, which he sort of is.
Well, it looks like it to me, but Mark's trying to do a bit of damage control by preventing white getting right down to that hoop.
Now this
We'll
is a big
see
shot.
if he's
This
been
is a
successful.
big shot.
It doesn't look like it's straight
No,
on,
it doesn't.
is it?
It doesn't. It doesn't look
And
as
he
if he's
can't
got
afford. He's just done a
He's
jaws.
done a jaws. Okay.
So this doesn't count in the 2 rotations because they're still playing this hoop. So we'll do that in a minute, I think.
So really intriguing now. Mark, such a thoughtful player, put his brown ball in a position that's now threatening to extract the white, because he knows that Derek will know that Derek can't just make this hoop. Derek has to... he's tried to put a block on the pink, hasn't he?
That's a bit of a nothing shot.
Yeah.
Yes, he didn't succeed
So
in
now-
doing a block.
now really important that
So
Derek
Derek's
makes good contact
clearing
now.
brown so that brown won't block white. So Derek's playing a pretty smart game.
He is. He knows what he's got to do,
Yeah, he's a smart player.
and he
He
hits the
doesn't
brown
want
nicely.
brown too far to go right to the border because then brown might get a side shot on white.
Oh, that's true.
So he's played it quite cunningly. I don't know if he's given Mark any kind of a look at white because if he got one, he doesn't want him to see the back of white, but he doesn't want him to see the side of white.
Yeah.
So it's a delicate balance.
So it could be perfect. It's very hard to tell from here just how much of white is sticking out. If Mark can just dislodge it a bit and stop Derek from going all the way up to the next hoop, that's a huge win for him.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's see. He's clearly going to have a go at it.
So white has got a little bit of purchase in the hoop, but not much. Oh, he's missed. It's a fine line, isn't it? Sorry, viewers, I'm preempting. All the mallets are up for the referee.
Mallets are up, so there's clearly a little. This looks like the sort of shot that would probably be quite straightforward to make if you weren't also trying to get it absolutely on the money.
Absolutely.
At the other end.
Yes.
Oh.
When we have a minute, I'll tell you about my adventures with this very scenario against Brenda Lee Pete.
Right.
But we'll concentrate on this match for the moment.
Okay. So Bob, the referee, popping.
Bob, yes, Bob Kerr.
Bob Kerr, popping a little marker on there and watching keenly.
And Derek is, as I said, a very experienced referee, so he knows.
Yes, he knows
how to play this shot cleanly, and he won't want to fault it.
And croquet is an amazingly honest game. You can bet your bottom dollar that Derek would fault himself if he if he played a bad shot.
He would.
Yeah.
Yes.
Anyway.
And that's a nice shot.
Yeah.
But he's still got 2 rotations now because we've only just run the
now
hoop.
that doesn't count as the the rotation. So the first ball, which will be the green ball, this is where the 2 rotations start.
That's right.
And just
right.
just to re-emphasise that each of the balls now will have 2 shots. And so all Mark has to do is stop Derek from making this hoop.
That's correct.
That's all he has to do. He's put a ball in. It's gone a bit too far.
A bit too long, that ball, isn't
So
it?
it looks like it could be a chance for Derek to make this hoop now.
Well, and he's still got 2 shots to play with white.
Exactly. That's right. That white ball has got 2 shots.
But he's not going to do any silliness. If he gets a chance at the hoop, he's going to have to go for it, I think.
Yeah, well, you'd think so, wouldn't you? Because green is in a clearing position.
That's right.
So there's no point in just lagging the white up to near the hoop.
So Derek's got 2 balls, but they're set back about 3 yards, I think. Brown.
Oh, that's an exquisite shot. I think that's actually blocked the white on the hoop. I don't know whether we get. Yeah, it looks like it.
It looks
Kate.
that way,
Yeah.
doesn't it? And
Wow.
Derek's looking like it's the way.
Wow, what
So
a
what do you
brilliant
do now?
shot.
Well, you've just got to clear brown, don't you?
Well,
so this
yeah.
is shot number 1 for white.
Gosh.
But next it'll be the second shots will be coming up after this one. So nice clearance, and he's left white in a lovely shot in front. So if he can manage to clear green well with pink, then he's in a good position.
Wow.
So white has just
tension here is
played.
amazing. I mean, I'm not really a fan of the timed out games and the rotations and everything, but I have to admit it has left a really intriguing situation.
It has, hasn't
Yeah.
it? Yes.
Yeah.
But I'm with you. I much prefer an untimed game. I think it changes the nature of the game. But I do understand people need to get through tournaments.
Yeah, that's
we
right.
Need to make sure matches are concluded.
We're keen to see the final.
Yes. So now we've got a response to that white ball from Mark with his green ball.
Yeah.
And
of course
is he just going to sneak in front? It doesn't look like it.
Well, it's interesting. I would have thought that he would have done because by clearing the white, it's giving pink a chance. Now, pink has already played 1 shot up, so pink has to shoot, doesn't it?
Pink has to shoot.
Pink has to shoot.
And white has played
Yes.
a second shot, first shot.
Yeah.
So, so if he takes white away, white's not able to make really an effective shot.
Okay, well, he clears white very effectively, so unlikely that white will be making this hoop.
Yes.
So perhaps, Kate, the best use of the white in this case, the pink is now the thing that has to make the hoop, doesn't
right,
it? So
that's right.
this to tie things up.
Put him in the final.
Mark, this is for a place in the final from Derek.
Well, you've still got.
And he's done it.
And he's done
Wow.
it.
Yeah.
That's
So
a masterful shot.
it is.
I have to hand it to Derek.
So it's 5-all.
Under pressure. 5-all, and now they have to make a
now
winning.
we have winning hoop on hoop 11. So effectively,
there's
that
no
was.
time. I don't think there's a time limit on this, or is there?
Well, it's 5-all.
Well, it's 5-all. Yeah, I don't know.
that's
I don't know
game.
whether we have rotations on this.
No, it's not game. So now they have to conclude the game
Yeah,
by continuing to play,
there's debate.
and so they will need to.
But is there another 2 rotations?
It's weird.
Is it now 2 rotations for this hoop, or just do we
there
play
are,
for this
but
hoop?
effectively it doesn't matter. You play to win the game. If the score is even, you play for a result.
Yes, so there has to be, yes.
So they keep playing without a.
But now there are
But
no.
do
so
they have the original time limit? That's my question. Does that come back into play, or do they just play until they get a result?
I
So that's
don't know.
that's where I go
so-
into no man's land.
Yeah, I don't know.
When I played a similar scenario against Brenda Lee Pete, we just had to keep playing until we got a result. and
Look-
nobody said there was a time limit. But that was a one game.
Yeah.
Just
That was a one game only.
Look, we've got the ref.
Just a question. Okay, so Derek won the first one 7-3.
Yes.
Now if that stays 5-all because they've run out of shots, that means Derek Bull should
Well,
technically go through in it.
No.
because they'll play until someone has won this game, and so there are no draws in croquet, so you can't draw a game.
Okay.
But the weird thing is that after hoop 9, we went into this rule where there were only going to be 2 shots played with each ball. But now, because Derek has equalised the scores, there's any sort of 2-shot rule would be meaningless. So now we're
presumably
back into
playing
normal
game.
rotations. Yeah,
So
So there should be no limit.
And Boyd got me all excited about Derek making that hoop because Boyd said, that's the winner, and I said, that's the winner, but of course it wasn't. It was only the equaliser.
It's just keeping him in
So
this game.
I'm
And Derek's won the first, so keeping him in this game gives him a chance to complete the win in 2, which he wouldn't have otherwise had.
Is a very nice shot from Mark, isn't it? Isn't that
shot.
nice? So he's nudged White away from the hoop, put his green in front.
Yes.
Derek,
and he's got Brown there,
yeah,
ready to clear White.
that's right.
So Derek must clear one of those balls.
one of those balls, yeah.
It's pink, so because Brown has a shot on the hoop as well.
True. Yeah, that's right. So if
he
he
probably needs to clear Brown.
He's going for Brown. Now don't look up above the computer screen, Kate.
I'm not.
Please.
I'm
Don't
gonna
keep your
try
eyes
and behave.
fixed below.
It's way too exciting. And he's doing his characteristic
And he's
swings. He's
got it.
cleared Brown,
Well,
but
he's
it's a small clearance.
It's a small clearance, and
he's got a good shot on White.
yeah.
And but he'll only take White to the boundary.
Yeah. And it looks more difficult from this angle, doesn't it? Because suddenly it's 3 yards away,
Yes.
which is a lot more difficult to control than the appearance of the previous camera, which made it look like it was a dolly.
Yeah, no, it's not a dolly, but it's well within Mark's capabilities to keep
See,
it.
that looks quite easy, but when you see it from the other angle, it looks definitely sprayable.
Yes. Depth of field is an interesting thing, isn't
Depth of field
it?
is a very,
We
very
don't have
interesting
3D
thing.
video.
No,
No,
not
we
yet.
basically got
Not yet.
2D video. With
Next year's tournament will be brought to you in virtual reality.
That's right, and you'll be able to appear in the middle of the
you'll be able
field
to
at any
that's
moment.
right. You'll be able to zoom in
and point to a hoop.
Point, everything.
Hold
everything.
Mark's swing up for an example. Yep.
Yeah.
I can't wait.
All right.
I'm excited.
Now, this is a massive shot. This is a massive, massive, massive shot. He has to clear it, but there's even a chance in clearing it that he might go through the hoop. Let's watch.
Yes, double.
And this
He's
is
got
where
a
you
double.
definitely can't look up above the screen, Kate.
Definitely not.
You're
no,
not
I
allowed
can't.
to, all right?
Well, I can't actually see
Good.
because they're on.
Good.
There's too much equipment in the way at the
All right.
moment, so
Here
that's
goes
good.
Derek.
Stop
Massive,
me.
massive shot. Here it goes.
got
The
an
ball's on
in
its
off.
way.
Look
The
at
ball's
that
on
in
its
off.
way, and he just clips
bad
it.
luck.
And that,
Well, this will just mean Mark becomes 6-5 if he gets it, and
but
there's still another.
that must be it.
Oh, then that'll be it for
That
this
must be
game.
it.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. They
Yeah.
just play one more hoop.
Now you're really confusing.
Oh, my
Sorry, I
God.
confused myself.
We're
This will take
that would be
give
an
Mark the
amazing
game.
trick.
Yeah, no, that would have been a bit too much to play for the 7 when time's been done.
And does so.
He
All
does
right,
so,
he does
6-5 in
and
the second.
he clearly believes it's over, so there we go.
He does,
So we've
he
got
does.
a tied game. So, Kate, maybe a good chance to talk the viewers through some of the placings that have come
So
through.
I've got the plate results, which you might think, do we need to know the plate results? But I think we do.
Yes, of course.
Because Brenda Lee Pete was in the plate, as was Peter Gordon. I think, in fact, all the plate players are from the local region. So the first place getter is Chris Cox, who's number 1.
Yeah, well done, Chris.
And he would have played off Brenda Lee Pete for that
Yep.
final.
Yep.
So she's second. So well done to both of
and
those
to get
players.
through to the plate knockout, these players had to play a block first.
Yes.
And there were about 20 people involved in the plate.
Yeah.
So this is a great achievement. So well done, Chris, for winning the plate and beating Brenda Lee there in the final of the plate.
Yeah.
Chris will be very, very happy with that. I was chatting to him earlier in the tournament, and he was he was really pleased to have put his foot down in the plate competition.
Yeah, I think as we said earlier, there's 36 competitors in this event, which is a record for a Croquet New South Wales event for this year. I don't know how long.
Well,
how long it might be.
The other thing that's been really interesting for me, Kate, has been that not only have we seen so many players, but so many really great players who you don't often see on the sort of Sydney-Canberra circuit.
Yes. I think that's going to be one of the results of this venue, being the biggest in New South Wales, attracting a number of the state competitions. So it means that people within this region, or people perhaps north of this region, might be more attracted to compete. And you're right, we've got local people. I'm not sure which club Chris Cox is from. You don't happen to know?
It's this neck of the woods.
It's in this neck of the woods because Brenda Lee's from. She plays at Nelson's Bay and Newcastle, I gather. Peter Gordon's from Nelson's Bay. Alex Mikulich from Mikulak is from Newcastle.
Right.
So we've seen a number of those people put their hands up for the competition, which is really what we want to see. You want people to have the opportunity to play at this level, to play a range of players, and the plate is more than half of the field goes through to the plate.
Oh yes, a lot more than half. Yeah, that's right.
So that it means it's no small achievement to win the plate.
So Chris is from Nelson Bay.
Nelson Bay. So Nelson Bay is has got some good players, and they've turned up at this competition. We've also had, for instance, one of the people from a new club in Canberra, the Belconnen Croquet Club.
Well, and hats off to.
So Gary Thorpe is a Belconnen player who's put his hand up to play. He said he didn't quite realise the level that this competition was going to be, because his handicap was 12. And
good on him for entering, because it's fantastic experience. You've got nothing to lose.
Absolutely.
For those of you who are not familiar with the way that merit points are exchanged after a game, basically it's done on the basis of your difference in handicap. And if you have a very low handicap and you're playing someone on a very high handicap, winning that game is not going to get you many points. But the other way round, my word! And
it's a harvest of points, really, isn't it?
And I don't know about you, Kate, but my biggest fear is playing someone around the 5 mark.
Oh yes,
because they are competent, good croquet players who in any particular game could play 3 or 4 really fantastic shots.
Yep.
And even as a reasonable player, you can play a couple of missed roquets or a blob toop or something.
Yeah.
Very, very quickly you can find yourself going down to a player in that sort of 5 area.
Yeah.
Very, very dangerous. And then they'll get 18 points.
Yes.
18.
Oh,
18
painful,
lovely
really,
points.
isn't it? Yes.
And so they're the people that you really fear.
You do indeed. So I think Gary has been really thrilled that he's come along. I hope he doesn't mind me singling him out, because it is his first major tournament. He's played in Pennants before, and as I say, the club is a new one. It's playing on a bowling green. So very different conditions to this.
Yeah.
A very fast lawn. They haven't been allowed to do jump shots until very recently.
Yep.
So his accuracy is very good.
And a big shout out, actually. I know that Peter Frier has been exceptionally proactive fostering these sort of satellite Canberra venues. Have you been involved in that as well, Kate?
Yeah, to some extent, but definitely Peter had a big hand in going and helping set the club up and lending some equipment from Canberra. Just to be clear, they are their own club.
Yes.
They're affiliated with the North Belconnen, the Hawker Bowling Club, and we're starting this
one here. But just to pick up on that while Derek's playing his first shot. I know that there's quite a big waiting list at clubs like Canberra.
Yes.
And the solution is just so good to just create more clubs.
That's right.
Just such a brilliant way of dealing with this supply and demand issue.
Yes,
what a fantastic way of building the game, building knowledge of the game in the community, and getting more players engaged.
Yeah, so it is interesting to see how within a year and a half they've got 40 members and they're keen as all get up. Very, very keen.
Yeah, no, it's really good.
So, yeah.
It must be very satisfying to see the results of that initiative.
Yes, indeed.
All right, so Derek started by putting the pink ball in. I do apologise to everybody. I'm going to get confused between the pink and the white on many, many, many occasions because
it's not clear from where we're watching it, is it?
Oh, yeah. That's better. Oh, now I've got the monitor in a better position. I can see pink beautifully. I'll just move over.
Good idea.
I'll just put the chair on Boyd's foot. That won't endear me to him.
So Mark's going and checking before he plays his second ball, which is a wise thing to do, I think. It's easy to be overly optimistic about your positioning from that corner.
It is, yes. You do tend to sort of, when you've played a ball in from 21 yards away, you look at it and think, oh yeah, that's nice.
That looks good. That'll be
fine. When you actually walk up there,
yes, it's not quite so good. So he's looking to, I think, to nudge pink. Or maybe just to get in a better position than pink. I'm not sure. Well, that wouldn't have done much for pink. It would have just got it in a better spot. So Derek's now got to choose. Is he going to try and run or at least jaws the hoop, or is he going to?
And Kate's desperately trying not to look at the action in front. I'm going to put a big shield. I'm going to put a big shield to stop her from doing that.
The hoop one is really close to where we're sitting, and if I just look around the screen, I can see the real thing happening. And he's cleared that brown just to the boundary.
Yeah.
So
it's a good solid shot.
Elizabeth Wood saying hello from Southwest Rocks.
Oh,
yeah,
Elizabeth.
Love Southwest Rocks.
Yeah, you're a very faithful follower of New South Wales events, Elizabeth. So lovely to have you on board. And Southwest Rocks is where would you rather be? Southwest Rocks is great.
Yeah, I love Southwest Rocks.
Glendale, it's a hard call. I have to say that, Boyd. But Southwest Rocks is delightful.
Mark's shaping up for a shot here at the hoop. He hits it and
good effort in the middle of the hoop.
Good effort.
But we've got white on the side, so that doesn't augur well. So again, if hoop one isn't run pretty smartly, it can become a battlefield, particularly sort of the beginning of a game. They're trying to establish their credentials.
Now Derek was looking to clear the brown there, but he's actually got into the right-hand leg and
just bounced back.
And now if green can stop the pink from doing anything nasty, this is Mark's hoop.
Yep.
Let's see what plan he's got.
Pink's got limited options from where it is anyway.
So a little block here, by the looks of things, Kate.
Yeah, though you don't want to block yourself from hoop two.
Good point.
And so I don't.
He's not happy with that.
He's not happy.
Not
no,
happy.
He probably would have been able to block it without stopping himself getting to hoop two. So now Derek is going to try and bounce this one out of there. It was a risky shot, but Derek's pretty accomplished at this.
Oh, great shot.
It's another little, I'll swap yours.
Look,
I'll swap yours, my pink for your brown.
The croquet gods have realised that they were a little bit generous before to Mark, and now they've returned the favour a bit, because this comes off the leg of the hoop and then nudges the brown ball back. I don't think even Derek would claim that he meant to do that.
No, I don't think so.
But now,
So
Mark,
maybe
look,
there's a jump coming. It's a short
well,
jump.
that's
It's
surely
fraught.
impossible.
I think the ref does need to be there.
I think they need about 10 refs. They need VAR. They need everything.
Well,
that he's gonna do.
well, we don't want to bring the bunker.
We've got Bill Munns as the ref now.
Well, they now have in the Premier League. They now have semi-automated offsides, so that they don't need to go to the
so
bunker
comment,
anymore.
what sport? Sorry, you lost
in
me.
soccer.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So Bill Munns is a Toronto player. He's been playing with Toronto for a good time, and so of course it's green, isn't it? Is it green or brown?
So
No, it's brown.
Mark looks like he's about to chop some wood here.
He's practicing the wood chopping motion.
This would be incredible if he can get this up
It
and over.
would.
I can't believe this is
that's
possible.
a good angle
Let's
there,
see.
boy.
This
Well
is brilliant.
done.
Now, Kate, you must not look at this before
I'm
it
not.
goes. Yeah.
No, I'm not. I'm watching the screen.
Absolutely banned.
Wow.
Oh my word!
He's done it.
Oh my
Very
word!
good shot.
That is insane.
Well, you've got to take your hat off
That
to
is a
Mark
Club
Scruton
Macquarie
for that
replay.
one.
So
Absolutely.
Here he
This is
goes.
amazing. Look at this.
Little chip shot and bingo,
Oh,
just over the top.
wow.
That looked like the kind of jump Peter Landrebe was sort of looking
That
to do earlier.
Sensational.
So well done
That
to
is
Mark.
so good.
So he's 1-0 up in the third game of this semi-final match at the Lake Macquarie Croquet Centre, and it's the New South Wales Golf Croquet Singles. And I've got Gareth Denyer, and I'm Kate McLaughlin, and together with Boyd, our technical whiz, we're bringing you action live as it happens.
As it happens.
As it
or in
happens.
Kate's case, before it's even happened.
As we like to say, you better be live in it.
You better be live in it.
Yeah, I saw
better
your
be live in
I
it.
saw your little your little mnemonic
It's our
on
little
the bottom
spiel.
there. Yeah.
Oh, is that what that is?
It's our little catchphrase.
Did you make that one up yourself?
Yeah, we come up with that.
Yeah.
You better be live in it.
Yeah.
Better be live in it.
Oh wow.
Well, we're very privileged that we can do this.
We've actually got 2 live streams going at the moment. We've got the Police Bowls Championships as well.
Oh okay.
Going on at Foster.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you've got a sidekick doing that then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Nice.
he's, Benny's up there doing the bowls with the Police Bowls Championships.
So do you? So
Fantastic.
Boyd, have you got 2 setups like this then? Have you?
Yeah. We've got 3 out there now.
3.
Wow.
So how many of you are in the company then?
I've got Benny's just started up. He's going to be doing all South Coast. So if
Okay.
there's any croquet events down that way,
Yeah.
all
South Coast,
It's been
like
nice to have
Nowra
Coast
and Jamboree and
Canberra
such.
and all that.
Canberra.
Yeah, wherever.
Now you're talking.
So
Okay, that's good.
so yeah, he's there, and I've got Sony, as I like to call him. He's up here with me, and then
Yeah.
we've got a live streaming gear up in Queensland as well.
Oh really? Okay.
As well now,
And so did you create the company, Boyd?
Yeah, I just started with a mobile phone.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Wow.
Wow. So
That's impressive.
Just taught myself and do it on the side as a
Yeah.
I'm having obviously I work Friday night, so I had tonight off work,
yeah.
but I drive a truck normally. And
Okay,
I just sort of
yeah.
taught myself,
Right.
and as I get a little bit more, we
Yeah.
we
So
grow.
you invest in the equipment and
Yeah.
and you build your brand and
Yeah.
well, good on you.
Well, it's fabulous
Brilliant.
having something on your scale for community sport, Boyd,
That's it.
which we really appreciate because we're not in the league of the major television stations and so on, but
Yet.
we have a very, exactly, yet, we have a very dedicated follower of community players, not only in New South Wales, but Australia-wide. And as we've seen, we had someone from Scotland this
Yeah, yeah,
morning.
And,
yeah.
and that's the thing, we've
All
been
around
able to
the
do this.
world.
People can get involved in it. They can get in and commentate, and comment on the
Yes,
comments.
yeah,
And,
we love getting comments.
and like I said, I started with bowls, and now everyone's doing their bowls, and every week we're getting streaming, somewhere being streamed somewhere.
Yeah.
There's a bowls game being done everywhere. So
Yeah, that's right. Well, we always love seeing what's happening with the competitions that you can't get to. It's fabulous.
The other great thing is that there's the legacy angle that you know, from things 10 years ago, you just saw that Fred Smith won this event, but now you can actually go back and look at it. You can go and you know, if you're coaching someone, or you know, you're just learning, or you just want to think of, you know, what these players are doing. You've got some stimulus material to really, you know.
It's always good to follow and see what the pros and the best players.
That's right.
How they play. And did that go through?
No, it didn't. No,
it might have clipped the white on its way in, but it's gone past, and Brown now should be able to smack that white ball all the way down the park.
That's right, unless it hits green.
Yes, well,
that
that's
could
always
be
possible.
interesting, couldn't
that's
it?
always possible.
Green might be a bit too neat.
So one thing with this setup is we don't need cameramen, so you can keep the costs down. You don't have to pay.
Yes, yeah.
You're not.
Yeah, so we've got, is it 3 cameras fixed around?
Yeah, we've got 3 cameras.
3, yeah.
And you can change
Great shot.
those angles of those cameras
Yeah,
depending on where we
So you can
are.
swivel them a bit, yeah.
Zoom in, zoom out.
By remote control.
Lovely shot by Mark, wasn't it, to
It
dislodge
was.
the white and
miss the green.
miss the green. It has left the brown rather nastily behind the hoop on the leg, but
it has, yeah.
But we it may not come into play. No, good clearance
That's
from
a
Derek.
very delicate.
Good
that's
clearance.
a classic Derek shot. He's
And now
left
that-
white
now-
near the hoop, and he's got green as far as he needs to, really.
Yeah, and now brown is a liability. So whereas before it had done its job in extracting the white nicely,
Yep.
it's now a pain because it's behind the hoop on the leg
Yep.
and essentially rather impotent there. So
That's a good way of describing it. An impotent
Yes.
ball.
oh, we've lost our screen. No, there
Every
we go.
now and then we have a little change. Is it when
Oh,
we change from one camera to another?
It's just the HDMI cable, I think.
Oh, okay. It's a bit,
Right.
Might need to
Every
be
now and
pushed
then
back
we
out.
have a blank screen where we had action, but then it
Yeah.
recovers itself very quickly.
and good job too. Otherwise, Kate would be popping up to commentate on the live
I
action.
would be. I'd be trying to see what happens before it happens. So,
All right, so
we've
now,
got
now we see how bad brown is and what limited options it has. So, Boyd, are you picking up the croquet after
Yes.
all this? Yeah, you have you had a bit of a hit yet?
No, I haven't. I've been too busy.
Oh well,
Maybe first game
maybe between this game and the next one, we'll put a mallet in your hand and see how you go.
Yeah, I've flat out with broadcasting and work.
And what type of truck do you drive?
I drive cement tankers,
Oh, cement.
powder
right.
tankers.
Yeah, really. Wow.
So not the concrete edgies that go around
Yeah.
circles, but
Yeah,
the
but the
powder.
the powder.
what's the other
yeah.
one? The powder.
The big,
Oh, okay,
the big
right.
cylindrical things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of call for concrete around, isn't there?
Yes. Yeah, we've got a big week coming up with broadcasting this week on Youtubelivesports.
Mm-hmm. What are you covering?
Well, we've got police championships going for
Police,
3 days.
yep,
And
yep.
we've got the final of the major singles at Frier. And we've also got the final, which is going to be a massive game down at Warrilla between Australian player Aaron Tees taking on Ireland International Gary Kelly.
Okay. Yeah. What competition is that?
Bowls.
Oh no! What event?
Singles.
Single. What national?
Final.
So is it an
Club
open
championship.
a club championship? Yeah. Yeah.
And then off to Gunnedah to do the Easter pairs out there.
Yeah.
So that's a couple of days out there doing the Easter pairs tournament.
So you must be getting quite expert at bowls now then.
Oh yeah, I can do
Yeah.
bowls.
You can.
pretty
So you can
easy.
actually
I've
you can
played
commentate
bowls.
that
You've
yourself.
played
yeah.
bowls,
Yeah.
yeah. That makes a difference.
But I'm starting to pick up this game
Yeah.
now.
You
and
definitely are.
getting the lingo and
Yeah. Good.
Yep. Because you're tracking the way the play's going really nicely, which is great.
Yeah. Actually, that's true because in a lot of croquet coverage, it is quite difficult to educate broadcasters, producers, what to cover.
Yeah.
Particularly in association croquet, not so much in golf croquet. It's a
Yeah.
bit more intuitive in the golf croquet.
Yeah, it is. But the balls cover a wide part of the lawn.
Yeah.
And sort of getting the sense of what kind of a shot the opponent has. So we've got a nice angle here
Yeah.
we can see pretty much what Mark can see, which is great.
I found it easier with knowing the game a bit more now. So
yeah, that's exactly right.
when I first started, I'm like, where the hell are they going?
That's right. What are you doing now?
Yeah,
Why are you going
and I had a
back
great
there?
experience down there in Tasmania. That was amazing watching.
Yeah,
watching
boy.
them
So
play,
you were
so-
doing the World Teams event at
Yes.
Launceston,
Not
which
tickling
was
that
recently.
green up, and it just misses the white. And I think we can say goodbye to the brown, but only as far as the boundary.
Yes, that's correct. He's got still a very
Can't
viable
hit
shot
it.
back.
Can't hit it beyond these black lines.
And pink will come out and be visible to green, so that gives green a clearance. Oh, pink's sort of shot off a bit, so...
Now, Kate, let me tell you something about these lovely black lines, because they are done with a special laser machine.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so
that's,
the groundsman, who's... I can't think of his name now, was expressing the fact that he'd just redone the line.
I
So
know.
did you see them being done?
No,
or-
but they promised to give me a demonstration.
Okay.
Because I expressed unhealthy interest.
But they're actually great lines. They're not super thick, which is good.
Yeah, they're nice thin
and
lines.
they're very visible.
Very visible.
So,
So Mark must clear this white now. And he does. It does enough.
Does
It's
enough.
not the centre ball contact he would have liked, but
No.
it's certainly one where the white it can't come into the zone of opportunity, as they call it.
well, it's interesting.
He's
He's
actually
coming
going
on the
wide.
other
Yeah.
side of green.
Nice
yeah,
move.
like
it.
I like that.
I like that. That's a very Canberra move.
Is it?
Yes.
Oh.
I remember in a coaching session with Peter Frier, he was taking great delight in showing everybody that little manoeuvre.
Because you do see some players just putting themselves right in the middle, where it's great to run the hoop, but
look,
they're just cannon fodder, really, aren't they?
I'm sure that everybody who has coached, at the sort of beginner level,
Yeah.
that's the first thing that they say to everybody.
Yeah.
Don't put a target on your back, particularly a target that allows the opposition to improve their position.
Yes.
But-
Yes, exactly right. And when you're first playing, your opponents make a lot of mistakes, and so you can get away with it.
Yeah, that's right. That's
but
true.
as your
That's
opponents
true.
become more
That's
skilled,
true.
you can't get away with it.
That's true. That's true. It's a behaviour that isn't punished until you get to a higher level.
Yep. So Mark's going to be looking to get pink out of the way.
Now, interestingly, Kate, we are already 17 minutes into this game.
Right.
We're only on hoop 2.
Yes. Yes, true.
We know that time has gone for the second game.
Yep.
I would like...
Oh, he nearly
60 minutes,
did an
I
in off there.
I'd like to find out just how long we've got in this one. So the next time I see...
60 minutes.
Well, unless they ate into that time, Boyd.
So I might
They
go
might,
and,
they might have eaten into that, you see.
why don't I do a bit of research?
I think that would be lovely.
And also just get myself something.
Is there a water bottle there at all?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
We're getting a bit of
That's
sun
great.
on us.
We are. So, sorry, Boyd, I knocked down that thing when I came through before.
I was just keep the
so-
glare off the
yeah,
TV monitor.
Yeah,
Which the sun's moving now, so you might have more glare.
yeah.
This way now.
Oh, that's perfect. Nice centre ball contact for Derek there. Pink on green. Gives Mark the dilemma. Do I block this white or do I hit the white away? And it looks like he's going to go for the block. Tickles the brown ball in, and it's probably not a total block, but it's probably dangerous enough for Derek to to worry about. So let's see what Derek does. And he gets rid of the brown, but he doesn't get the perfect result, which would have been for white to have ended up in front or even in the jaws of that hoop. And the hoop remains contested. And Mark stabs at that somewhat. An unusual sort of stabby shot from Mark there. And the balls spray around a little bit, so the hoop's still up for anybody, and Kate might have intel about times.
I do. So they've got 40 minutes left because the last game was to be a 60-minute minimum.
Okay. So regardless of
what else had happened,
okay.
they get 60 minutes for this game.
All right.
And they've got 40, they said 41 to me, so it must be about 40 now.
Yep. But
which
ballpark
fits,
figure up there, we've got...
we've had 20 minutes of play. So, yes, it is going to be one of the critical factors, I think. As you say, with Hoop 2, and it hasn't been run yet.
No. I mean, if every hoop takes 10 minutes, we're only looking at a 6-hoop battle, aren't we?
We are. We are. So, yes, it would be well worth their while to be having that in their mind, and I'm sure they do.
I'm sure they do. They'll be both
fully
very
aware.
time conscious at this stage.
Yeah. Do you tend to set yourself your time on your own watch for a game?
In every single game, Kate,
okay.
I reach a stage where I think, I wish I'd set my clock.
That's what I think. I've done it at the beginning of the day. I've often managed it, but then after that, I just...
And it's funny, we live in a world where we've got, clocks on our phone, clocks on our iWatch, and
we're overwhelmed with
clocks. There are clocks on the clubhouse, and I can't. And I never have the self-discipline to actually.
Got.
So a very nice block there from Derek, wasn't it? Putting that white in front of the on the line of the pink. So this is going to be tough for Mark. We can't see just how much he can see of that pink ball.
No, but that's a trademark. I have to say that's a trademark Derek ball move.
He's a very good blocker.
He's a very good blocker, very good with his placements, particularly around the hoop.
So Mark really gearing up for this, you can see.
Yeah.
Off it goes.
And he did see it. Nice shot. He didn't go through the hoop.
He's making a show of going, I really should have gone through them. But I tell you what, Mark, the croquet gods have given you a lot today already. So
that's right.
Let's not get too carried away.
More.
That's right. They don't like it if you demand more.
Well, there are some players who'd set themselves high standards.
Yes.
I'm probably not one of them. So when there's an opportunity to do two things with one shot, which is a good idea, they will attempt to do it. And if they achieve only the first and not the second, can be quite hard on themselves.
They're very hard.
Way too hard.
They've all got these little quirks, haven't they, where they might slap their thigh or
bang their mallet,
or
cuss.
So Derek was a little bit unfortunate there. He just kissed the ball, and it's left Brown with a very juicy clearance on the white, which he does, and the white ball comes all the way down south.
Yes.
And now Green and Brown are dominating the hoop.
Yes.
So we've gone from a situation very quickly where Derek had a ball right in front of the hoop with a lovely block.
Yeah.
To suddenly now, the pistachio colours now in control. It's
pistachio versus coconut ice. I'd never thought of it that way.
Yeah.
It's quite true. So White's kept a respectful distance from Brown.
I'd be interested to know if our viewers have little pet names for the colour combinations.
Yes.
So you pink and white are coconut ice.
Coconut ice is pink and white, and I've never given Green and Brown a name.
Oh no, I've always known them as pistachio.
Which is a lovely description. I do know that I have a mnemonic for the order of the secondaries and not for the primaries, which is good people bring wine.
Absolutely.
Green.
Yeah.
pink, brown, white. I remember good people bring white very easily.
But not the actual colours.
But not the actual colours.
Yeah.
But I don't. I'm looking for someone to have a mnemonic for the primaries, which of course are blue, red,
I'll test
black,
you on
yellow.
your mnemonic for the tertiaries in a moment.
Oh my goodness! I don't even know what the colours are for the tertiaries. There's a difference between maroon and puce.
Yeah, puce.
Puce.
I don't think that's a colour.
I think it's
So
okay, where are we now?
Mark looking to clear the white.
Yep.
Yeah.
Nice
Nice
clearance.
shot. And look, paying attention as well to keeping the brown in the area
Yes.
of influence.
Yes. Nice centre ball clearance.
Yeah, yeah.
But
very, very
enough
strong.
to get it out of your way.
Very strong. So when I was talking about the lines before, Kate, I didn't need to give the impression that they were sort of burnt with a laser. It is actually a paint like the white chalky stuff that is normally used on.
Yes.
But it's just black.
So has it got a little machine
Yes,
that you
so the
roll
machine
along?
follows the laser.
Yes.
So it's absolutely straight. So there's no sort of
There's
human
no
error.
little
There's no little wiggles.
deviations, which can occur even with the best and most experienced lawn markers.
So 25 minutes into this game, and we're finally going to get hoop 2 with a shot.
Yes, true.
Gosh, 25 minutes for 2 hoops. I mean, it hasn't even been made yet.
But it has to be said, if Mark does achieve 2 hoops in 25 minutes, he's actually got a serious advantage if we think they might only get to 6 hoops.
That's true. Because if we're almost halfway through this final in terms of time.
We are. And some people say, look, hoop 2 may not be the most critical hoop in the game. But
Through he goes.
he's got hoop 2, and
some somewhat ironic applause I felt from the peanut gallery there.
Did you think that?
I felt
You can
that
tell that, can you?
I felt that after that amount of time on the hoop, the gallery were getting restless.
Yes, you could be right. You could be right.
But no doubt they're all enjoying their beautifully made lunches from the crew here at the fantastic members at this club, and what a great event they've run.
Oh, absolutely. They've really stepped up to take a lead and take on this sort of event for Croquet New South Wales, which I think is much appreciated, and I think people are enjoying experiencing the new, this new facility, just seeing a new part of the world, and they're all ready for the Interstate Shield that they'll be running in September.
Yeah,
so
great
this is a little warm up for
yeah,
them.
Fantastic, and we had the tournament manager master David Stanton up here the other day, and he was advising, and it's all going to be a fantastic sort of experience building for everybody that's putting in such an effort here.
It is. It is interesting as we're doing this live streaming, and I think we may have explained that we had both semi-finals being played on this same lawn before, and players such as yourself, Gareth, were moved at late notice so that we could in fact show the semi-final on the lawn that we was best suited for live streaming. So it is something we're going to have to be aware of, how the intersection between the requirements of a tournament and live streaming meet, and how we can make them both work in a fair and positive way.
Yeah.
So a little bit of thinking to do, I think, about that issue. But we very much appreciate the other players like yourself being okay to move lawns.
So a big shot here for Mark. He's got to dislodge that pink, which he sort of almost did, but he's actually pushed it in front of the hoop, and he's certainly pushed it into a position where pink can smack the brown.
Yes, and leave his white in front.
So with having both semi-finals playing on the one lawn, this was elsewhere, we wouldn't be able to get the back end of this game.
Yeah,
so
absolutely not. No, you're absolutely right. I think
as Croquet embraces this fantastic opportunity to live stream and build this legacy of matches. Clearly as part of the organisation of tournaments and the allocation of lawns and so on, it has to be factored in.
Yep. Which it certainly is for the major sports. It's a kind of huge factor about the television screening.
I mean, there were, we would have made the best of it because we did have some intriguing matches in the Z competition. Because we had two females against two males, and that's a great way to showcase the fact that it's a fantastic sport for the equity and
yes.
I mean, it was really great actually last week in the men's competition because in the third place match we had a 22-year-old against a 63-year-old. So
yes. We won't say who was who, but Ethan was the 21-year-old.
Derek a bit disappointed with that one. He's tried to tickle it into the jaws, and he's ended up against the left leg, and he's done that a couple of times.
He has, hasn't he?
He's normally a good tickler.
Just while you guys are watching as well, with the camera layout, we can sort of work out which is the best place to have the cameras.
Yes, because this will be a key venue in September, for instance.
So that's a good point, Boyd, because at the... good shot by Mark. I'm surprised he took it actually, because the white was very stymied against the leg, and now Mark's the one that's behind the hoop. So
he was on the side, and he didn't have a lot of other useful things to do because his brown's already there. Yeah. So I thought it was a pretty reasonable selection, and he's menacing there. What do you think, menacing behind the hoop?
What, just in his sort of in his physical position, or
not a personal comment whatsoever? No, his ball is menacing behind the hoop.
Well, it depends on how much wire there is. But just to pick up on Boyd's point about the position of the cameras, I think that this is something we maybe need to work on because it is very important to have certain axes covered, and maybe that's the conversation we could have in the break, Boyd, because just for future reference, that there are certain lines on the croquet lawn which, if you've got three cameras, are the optimum. I mean, where we've got them now is pretty good.
It's pretty good.
So today I set it up with one in the middle, getting up and down the green. I've got this one sort of, so when we get the start, they're coming across towards us. Yeah. And that one sort of covers these going across here.
I think that certainly in comparison to the way that they were set up at Manly a couple of weeks ago,
it was all three along.
This is better. I think we've had less discussion, haven't we, about whether a ball is wired or
because as soon as we have a discussion, you switch your camera shots and we can see. So that's been fabulous.
Gives us more options.
Yeah, I mean, whether or not that third camera would be best on the north boundary, or what we call the north boundary, I'm not sure.
But it's certainly so. Boyd, have you just come up with the position of these cameras by, thinking about it yourself, or have you consulted with?
No, just me.
All right, so that's something we can definitely talk a bit more about. But brilliant. I mean, I think the way that you've put the cameras now is the very fact that we're not bemused about certain things shows that Boyd's done a pretty good job of that.
Yeah, I agree. While Mark's doing his swinging, I can tell you that he hasn't succeeded.
That. All right, so now the Coconut Ice team are in the ascendancy on this hoop.
They are, and Derek very much needs to get himself one or two hoops. Because
he definitely doesn't want to go 3-0 down.
You don't, and when you've got a time constraint, you've got to keep that. If you're trading hoops, you're trading hoops, and ideally you stay in contention. Or if you can get the advantage, obviously you do.
I mean, being 2 down after 4 hoops, say, is if you're 3-1 down, but then you're going for those centre hoops where going first is not that much of an advantage.
Not as
because
much.
the distance is shorter. So
Yes.
so wherever the opponent puts their ball, you are going to be in a position to clear it.
Yes.
Whereas when you've got these long 14-yard transitions,
Yes.
it's definitely an advantage to be going first on those.
Absolutely. But Derek's very much in control at the moment of this hoop.
Well, that's a lovely
That's
ball,
that's
though.
a very
That's
nice
a lovely
ball.
ball, isn't it? Because
Yeah.
it's just putting pressure on these shots.
Yeah, absolutely. And
Yeah.
as we've seen, the hoops are not easy to run, so nothing's to be taken for granted.
And he goes
But
through
Derek
nicely.
has no trouble with that one, so that's
doesn't get that much distance, so Mark won't be too worried about that.
and Mark's on the border.
And they were positively speedy on that hoop. They took just 5 minutes to do that
Oh,
hoop.
there you
so
go.
there you go.
We're speeding up.
But we will keep our eye on that time because we've got 25 minutes now before the end.
That's right. So 35 minutes. Have
And actually,
passed.
what was your feeling about because when you asked, they said 40, didn't they?
They
So,
said 41.
yeah, and here it
60
was
minutes. I started the clock when they started.
Okay. Oh,
At
so
si- at 60 minutes.
So Boyd's a very
so
good
you're
backup.
on you're on the money there. That's
Yep.
right. Absolutely on the money.
If anything terrible happens to the referees' clocks, we will be
We're
able
here
to.
for them.
We are back up.
That's right. So Brown's got a good position, not a brilliant position. Derek can possibly out.
Yeah, Mark will
Just
be a
get a
little
little
bit
ahead of them.
disappointed that he didn't put a bit more pressure on.
Yeah, because it is helpful to be quite close for these long hoops, and the lawns. You don't run on much with these lawns, so you've got to be a bit bold, which I think
And
is
Derek
exactly
was bold.
what he's done.
He was bold, but perhaps a little bit too
A little
bold
what?
because that's certainly not a runner.
Don't you think it's a runner?
No. But I am cheating because I'm actually looking over the top of
Well,
the screen
oh
and I'm
my
being very
goodness.
naughty.
Well,
you
I'm
see.
doing the same, and it's definitely a jawsing shot, I think, and it could be a runner. I'm not convinced of
All
it.
right.
Maybe my
We'll-
spatial awareness is
No.
not great.
Oh, that's the other
Bit
side.
long.
Well, there's no doubt that Brown's a runner.
Brown's a runner
It's
or
it's
a clearer.
It's a 3-yard runner, or as you say, Kate, a clearer.
Yeah. So Derek's coming through with pink, and I don't know whether he wants to damage Brown or just sneak into position even better.
And he
Yeah.
does, and that puts pressure on the Brown shot.
Yep, it does. Because green is a bit wide on the other
Yeah.
side, isn't it?
Intriguing tactical choice for Mark. This is the sort of thing that you like to see in the croquet puzzles, isn't it? It's
That's right.
what's my percentage of making the hoop? What would happen if can I get a good centre ball clearance on the pink?
That's right.
How
Or should I
dangerous is
clear white?
It's
or
so
not?
lots of things, and Mark will be doing all the computations at this stage.
Yes. Do you think of each hoop as a puzzle to be solved?
I think one of the wonderful things about this game is that every hoop is its own little battle, its own little puzzle,
Yep.
and
Yep.
it doesn't matter what happened before, and to some extent, lovely shot
That's
by
a
Mark.
good-
What
that's
a
a good
beautiful
clearance.
central ball clearance. And to some extent, although you are conscious of how things might play out on the next hoop, you are putting 90% of your thought onto the hoop that you're
Yes.
playing. And the other lovely thing about this game is that if you play a bad shot, there's no time to stew over it. You just walk up to your other ball and play
Yep.
that one.
Yep. Just get on with it.
And
Yes.
that's a very different kettle of fish to the other more traditional version of croquet, association croquet, where, like in snooker, you play a bad shot and you mess things up, and you're going to be sitting down stewing for a while.
Yep. You're on the bench.
And
You're on the bench.
yeah, so a very different mental sort of challenge, a very different type of psychology involved.
Yep. There is, and I think both of them have their strengths and their pleasures.
Absolutely.
Which is what I like, because it gives you a different view.
So Mark in a strong position now because he's got this lovely clearing shot on pink. He'll be able to keep his green in the zone.
Yep.
And he's done that nicely. He's actually engineered it so that the green has ended up some distance away from the white.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I was thinking he moved more than perhaps he might have wanted, but you're right.
He didn't want to stay too close to the white.
No,
Because I don't think brown can see the white.
I don't think
So
so
it's not
either.
like white can actually...
I think they may be wide. It may be marginal if they could see each other, but I'm sure the intention was to be wired. So Derek's playing in, and he's playing his pink ball. So brown ball's just sitting there ready to take it out if it ventures too close.
If it comes into that zone in front of the hoop, which is where a lot of developing players would put it, then brown would just love it and smack it all the way up the park. But Derek's played a really, really thoughtful shot and played it to what we call the short side.
Yes.
And Kate, what's the nice thing about being on the short side there?
Well, you can't get cleared too far.
And
7 yards maximum.
You can clear the other people a long way.
And you can clear them back.
So two really compelling reasons why that short side is such a lovely spot.
Now, what I'm wondering is, so he's going to have to clear green. I thought he might try and promote the pink, but I don't think that's going to be much benefit.
It would almost be a wasted turn, wouldn't it? Because of the...
So he's clearing green.
Yeah, that's very nice.
Green, of course, will come straight back.
And unfortunately for Derek, his own ball has gone about 10 yards away. And
the pink ball, which is next to play after green, we just don't know if it's really got a shot. So if he chooses to clear the pink, the brown with the pink, then that still leaves green presumably in front.
Let's see where green ends up. So it's tickling down, tickling down, tickling down. The danger here, Kate, is often that you get too close to your other ball and offer the opponent a double smash.
Yes, it can happen. I don't know how much you tell yourself to keep your distance from your other ball, but it's amazing how often they snuggle up together when you don't want it.
Nice shot by Derek, just keeping the pink in a threatening position. It hasn't blocked the green, but it's certainly going to be preying on Mark's mind.
So, fortunately for... so Mark's going to come straight back in, of course, and keep his 2-1 going.
This is looking good for Mark, because if he puts a good threatening brown in, White then has to decide which one of these am I going to clear.
That's right.
Then, if he clears the green, for example, the green then has a clearance on the pink. So it is very, very difficult for Derek now. Mark has put himself in a very powerful position with what you just referred to. Did you call it a 2v1 or a
2 on 1?
2 on 1. Yeah.
You want to outnumber your opponent at the hoop. That's what you want.
And both in front. So
yeah.
Let's see what Derek can do with this one.
If green had been blocked by pink, you might take brown out, but the danger is you're going to bounce off somewhere anyway. So I think he was going for green.
Did you notice how the white bobbled? I don't know whether we can get a replay of that, Boyd, but the white really bobbled as Derek hit it. So let's just keep your eye on the white here, Kate, and look at how it bobbles up. Bomb, 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 bomb.
It bobbled quite close to where he hit it.
Yeah, interesting.
It does happen. A little character in the lawn.
Yes.
We love a bit of character.
And maybe Derek just hit down on the ball a little bit more than he would do normally.
True. Because it is quite, the lawn is quite springy. It's got a little bit of give in it.
Yeah, it certainly does.
Yeah,
certainly
a bit of softness.
So big hoop this for Mark with there'll only be a quarter of an hour of the game to go after this shot.
Yeah.
And being 2 hoops up could be quite handy at with that characteristic. And he doesn't get it.
Oh, he doesn't quite get it.
And that offers pink an opportunity.
He's a little bit on that left leg, I think. What do you think?
Hard to tell, but it certainly looks like it. Certainly looks like it from there.
It might not be of any.
And if Derek was able to jump, then it would be very handy, because then the green would be in a very horrible position for coming to hoop 5.
Absolutely.
So this would be a lovely jump for Derek to make.
But then he's got brown right there, so I don't know if pink's hampered at all by brown being there. But he looks as though he may be lining up for the jump shot.
Yeah, that brown is very annoying for him.
So the other option is you just clear brown and then white will take care of green, but that's a risky thing.
Is.
That's what he's doing.
Okay, that's all very well. Do you think, Kate, that telegraphs that Derek thinks that green can't actually make the hoop on the next shot, that as you thought initially that the green was actually somewhat on the left leg of the hoop?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure of that. It meant that he decided clearing green with white was his better option. Whether or not pink had been hampered for a jump, I don't actually quite know. But as I say, Derek is he's not a high risk player. He'll play the odds. He'll go for the shot that he thinks will succeed and not put himself at a bigger disadvantage. So I think that's the kind of shot you'd play in that scenario, even though this is a tricky clearance and brown might do something to mess up your plans, of course.
Well, let's see what he's up to.
I think he's going to clear pink.
You think he's going to clear pink rather than tickling in?
Yeah, I thought he might put a block in between white and green, but it doesn't look like he's doing that. He's clearing pink, so
that's good.
That's probably a good option. Now pink has a very difficult jump. Wouldn't say he wouldn't jump. He can't jump because he's playing after green, isn't he?
And when he does walk up to the pink, it will be...
Well, he definitely thinks green can't run the hoop.
Yeah.
Because why would you do that otherwise?
Yeah.
I'm intrigued.
Let's see if a referee comes out.
Mark seems to think it's an okay shot. Do you want a referee, he says? Or yes, says
Derek will want a referee, yeah.
No, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't.
Oh, that's interesting.
So I'm very intrigued. Oh.
Okay, so you were completely correct, Kate. He was against the left leg of the hoop, and now he's just gone into the jaws, and Derek is going to try and hit the brown all the way over to the western boundary.
That's right.
And maybe in doing so actually put his pink by hoop 5. You never know your luck.
Oh yeah, that's always a great outcome, isn't it? See, that's not too bad. A little bit far. Went much further than brown actually.
Yeah.
But it is a good thing to do when you're feeling a bit accomplished and you're...
So Kate, let me ask you, Mark would be imagining that Derek is capable of jumping the white over the green.
Yes.
So, but if he clears the white, it's just going to put it behind the hoop, and therefore, right? So do you think Mark might even shoot at his own green ball to try and put it through?
Oh, I like that. That's a very good question. It's a long shot to do.
But maybe it's the only shot, in the sense that there is nowhere to clear white to.
I think he may have been correct.
I think he was going for that.
I think that's what he was doing.
Yeah.
Because, yes, I have seen that happen. You clear the ball and you give them a shot from behind.
Now, this is going to be very powerful if Derek makes this, because the green will not be able to get to hoop 5.
Yep.
And that will mean that Derek will not only equalise, he'll actually have the first shot towards hoop 5 effectively.
That's right. And he's got pink in not a bad spot just to approach from the other direction.
Yeah.
But anyway, we're getting ahead of ourselves.
I'm looking at the screen.
Looking at the live stream.
Although the response of the crowd will give it away, won't it?
Oh, nice shot.
Fortunately, sound waves travel a little bit slower than light waves, so we didn't quite get the...
Can we hear the crowd from here, though? I don't know that we can. Can we, Boyd? I doubt that you'd hear them much. Anyway, there are people there clapping, folks, at home. As well as you at home. These people have been clapping that shot, because that was a really neat jump.
It was a neat jump.
I'm surprised that the sounds, it's not really that different, because what we see is what they're hearing.
Okay, but what we hear, we can't hear whether they can hear the crowd, can we?
I'll only hear the crowd when we hear the crowd.
Yeah,
well, we can hear the crowd, but they can't. I don't know if they can.
It's a question of volume, isn't it? Is the noise of the crowd applause?
Hear a little bit, yeah.
Is that? Yeah.
Anyone at home, if you can hear the crowd, tell us.
Tell us. Yes.
We'd love to know.
Do you hear the chanting?
Come on, Toronto. Come on, Newcastle. Come on, Canberra. I have to confess I'm wearing a Canberra shirt, so I've got to confess my allegiances to the Canberra club, who have had some good competition. Oh, he's made of that shot the best that you could hope for.
It's a very good shot, actually, because it's a patrolling ball, it's a clearing ball. It stops Derek from taking liberties, going into the zone of opportunity.
Exactly.
The zoo, as I'm told.
Well, he'll have to go to the long zoo rather than the short zoo.
He'll have to go to the wildlife park rather than the zoo.
Down in the wilds. So he's got his pistachio ball and the other pistachio ball coming.
Really importantly, Kate, we only have 10 minutes.
And Jessica can hear the crowd.
Yeah?
Yep.
I'm pleased you can hear the crowd. That's very exciting.
10 minutes.
So
I can't remember seeing a final going to this sort of.
Yes, it was 2-all and 10 minutes to play.
10 minutes,
So we're not going the long game here. We're just, if you can get ahead.
Well, this hoop might be vital. Whoever takes this hoop.
It could be vital.
Well,
and the other thing, Boyd, that makes this hoop particularly vital is that if you get a good run on this, then you get up to the next hoop. So you're the first ball at the next hoop.
So I don't know if the players, how aware they are at the time.
They'll be very aware. Derek's got about 5,000 timepieces sequestered around his body. Yeah, with all sorts of.
You know that by personal.
Oh no, he's
research.
Dear. So Jessica has informed us that we can hear the crowd. Yeah.
Good on you. Thank you, Jessica.
Okay. All right, Mark. Looking for a clearance here. Mark's brown beautifully positioned.
It is, and he's got a good view of white. Whether white will run into anything else. Oh no, he's avoided that, and it's a lovely.
Oh, look at that for a shot!
Clearance.
Because he's actually put the pink effect. Oh no, because the pink's playing anyway. All right, so
but he's got a line of balls there, which is provides some challenges.
Some shot.
No, he's going to clear brown, I think. But he's cleared himself at the same time. So that's the cost of that shot.
Yeah, but you have to be better safe than sorry on that one, though. The last thing you want to do is put the ball through, your opponent through, which I believe is called a burridge. I believe it's called a burridge if you promote your opponent through the hoop, and if you do it on the final hoop, it's a golden burridge.
Is that right?
That's what
I think.
That's what I believe. Yeah.
I think in this region it may have been called a levick.
Oh, but that's levick that's when you've got two things, a hoop and a ball, and you sort of aim at the middle, and you either clear the ball or you go through the hoop.
I thought it was
a levick double.
The levick double. So that's when you do the thing that you don't want to do, or a good thing?
No, a good thing. I think a levick double is a good thing.
Okay.
A burridge is a bad thing.
A burridge is very bad.
Bad thing.
They're named for the Burridge family in the UK, I gather.
Yeah, right.
Ian Burridge and Ewan Burridge, very well-credentialed golf croquet players.
All right, so Mark currently sitting nicely with that brown in front of the hoop, but let's see what the white has to say about it.
Yeah.
Kate doing a good job of not looking over the screen, and
I think he would have liked to clear brown, don't you?
Well, he took the ambitious option of going for the hoop.
We say that.
Yes, intent and outcome are two things that are not always totally.
And it's probably not polite to ask, although we love to ask.
We do.
Which they intended.
Did you mean to do that?
Did you mean to do that? That's between them and them croquet mallet, really, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
So now he really needs to clear brown.
But Derek's in a good position with two clearing shots here. Both the white and the pink have got clearing shots to deep space. So
deep space, you think?
Here's the first of them. Oh, beautiful
that's
shot.
A lovely shot, isn't it?
Great shot.
Centre balling it.
Absolutely perfect.
As far as the ball could be hit without you ricocheting too much.
There is a winner here for Mark now, because of a lusty clearance on the white will see Mark win this hoop.
That's correct.
So if Mark spanks the white all the way up to the north, then where white can't see the green, then that's a winner. Now,
That's a
let's
very
see.
big win.
That
And
may
it's
not
not-
be
it's
that
not a
may
long
not be
shot.
the sort of shot that Mark likes to play though. So let's see what he
No,
does.
I think he'll definitely be sending pink off to Kingdom Come.
Hits it.
Oh no.
Oh, and he goes
No,
wide.
he doesn't.
And suddenly the pink and the white are the ones with the two balls in front of the hoop after Derek's stunned this green away. Wow.
His body language was saying he wasn't happy with
He
that
wasn't
outcome.
happy with that, no.
Not happy with that, which I could understand.
And Kate, we get to 5 minutes on the clock.
Wow.
My goodness
This could
me.
be the winning hoop.
It could be. It
This
could
could be it.
Certainly this one and the next one. I don't think we'll be seeing much more than another two hoops in this game.
No. And if the time does get called and they're even, they simply play the next hoop to win.
So isn't it interesting how that missed clearance from Mark has totally changed the complexion here?
Yes.
You know,
yes.
you go from being dominant with the ball right in front of the hoop, suddenly pink and white have got it all under control.
That's right. But strange things have
Amazing.
happened because Mark can pull off
Yeah,
some
he
phenomenal
can. He's-
shots, some
he's got
phenomenal clearances.
He's going for the white.
I think so.
I know
This
he's
is
actually
going
just
for the
putting
hoop.
it in. He's putting it in. He's putting it in. He's putting it in. Oh! He just ends up in front of the hoop.
Just
Yeah,
in front.
look at that.
Yeah.
What a shot.
That's pretty
What a
impressive.
shot.
What are you going to be doing here? Is he going to? It's not
I
sitting
don't think
right
he-
in the hoop. Is he trying to snuggle it out?
It's about 2 inches away. I can actually see it from the commentary position. It's it's 2 inches away. Oh look, perfect position. Boyd flicks over to the side camera.
I know.
And we get that. This is the thing. Yeah. Refs just told us that there's 5 minutes left. We think there's 4. It's all getting very, very tense.
It's extremely tense.
Derek's
thought
actually
he might-
promoting his white.
That's
to
what
get
I'd
rid of
be
the green.
doing.
What a shot! What a
That's
shot!
what I'd be doing. I'd be promoting.
Yep,
That's a good
yep,
shot
yep.
because
Okay.
he's on the other side of Brown. Brown's got is a long way towards the north boundary and will have a heroic shot to do anything about white.
Right. So, but he can put the ball around the zoo, can't he? Do you think he can put the brown around in the zone, or do you think those two clearing balls of Derek are just too menacing? Let's see.
I think he needs to give himself a shot, or he needs to prevent
I mean, it would be a winner.
prevent white because green can run it, can't he?
Okay, tickling
he's
down, tickling
coming down.
coming into the zoo, coming just beyond the
Yes,
zoo.
yes, keeping
the
a
fringes
respectful
of the zoo.
difference to the others,
Derek-
a respectful distance.
There is only one shot for Derek here, and that's to get rid of the green, but maybe an in-off, maybe.
I think that's what he's looking at.
Maybe, and if not an in-off, maybe a hit the green and just juggle with the wires and end up plopping in front of the hoop.
Yeah,
you know,
that'd
would
be the perfect. We've seen a couple of them.
Oh yes.
You
yes.
simply replace green with white.
Yeah, and he's
it's
done
magic.
it. He's done it.
He's done it.
2.5 minutes left.
Yeah, he's got it's a nice close shot, so he's got a good chance of success as long as he doesn't get the angle wrong.
And he just goes.
He's
he gets
cleared
rid of the
green.
green, but he's not got himself. The white has not got in front of the hoop.
No, but he needed to get rid of green. That's the priority.
Yeah, absolute priority.
The other thing would have been a
Absolute priority.
bonus.
Absolute priority.
And you wouldn't have wanted to give too
Now,
much
interestingly,
angle.
Kate, neither pink or white are threatening this hoop. Neither of them. Neither of them can make this hoop.
No, well, they're both going to have to deal with the opposition. Oh, that's an interesting shot, isn't it? So
Yeah.
pink's probably blocked on brown, so there's a bit of clapping for that, I think.
There is. So,
Now pink's got no recourse but
No,
to have a
just
little
tickle.
dribble into the hoop.
Yeah, dribble. A dribbling tickle into the hoop.
It sounds rather unpleasant, a
into
dribbling
the
tickle.
into the mouth of the jaws.
The angle looks sharp from here.
And he is
Oh,
successful.
is he in there? Well done.
He's successful.
Because both the balls are on that other
Okay.
right-hand
All
leg
right.
side.
So here we go. We've got the green is in the better jumping position for Mark, who you would think. It's still it's still 1, 2, 3 yards.
Yep.
The brown can clear the white. The brown could shoot itself. Mark says pace it out 4 yards.
So that's a jump. That's a jumping shot measure.
Mark paces.
4 mark paces. MPs. 4 MPs.
MPs. I think the conversion of a yard to an MP is probably about
reasonable.
0.997.
If you add a number, it sounds so impressive.
And if viewers are worried about yards, we could call them MPs in future, couldn't we?
We could, and they'll be saying, "What are you talking about?"
So with 25 seconds left, this is the shot of the game.
Actually, it is 25
this
seconds.
Is it.
Yeah,
this is it.
We're
this
almost out of time.
This is it. This is the game.
Yeah.
This is win or lose.
And it's Mark's holding himself with his offset stance. He's got the mallet at a pretty good angle. Doing his swings, he pushes his arms right out, doesn't he, Mark?
The ref has called time, but just hasn't announced it.
No, you don't do that in the middle of a shot. That would be untoward. So.
Oh, what a way to win.
He got it.
What a way to win. And that is it, because it's time. But they
time
will
was just
be the
called.
2 rotations.
Still the 2 rotations.
2 rotations.
Yeah. Do they finish the next hoop or this hoop?
I don't know. There's a lot of discussion about what's actually going to happen. Can I go down and find out?
Why don't you? Gareth's going to go and listen to the referee and player discussions about whether that was the turn, because the rule says you complete the hoop you're playing and have 2 more rotations of each ball to play after time has been called. Time was actually finished while Mark was in his stance, so that hoop hadn't been finished. So technically that was the finish of that hoop, and there is only 2 more rotations to be played. But let's see. Gareth will come back with the intel. So Mark played that last shot. Brown ended up right near hoop 6. And so Derek's next to play his white. The pink ball, of course, is still just in front of the hoop. So Gareth, we await your intel. What have you found out?
Well, it was incredibly complicated because there was a lot of discussion about whether Mark had heard the bell or not.
Right.
And he was a bit evasive. He said, "I heard something." But then it was decided that he had. So it meant that, in actual fact, the first shot of this 2 rotation thing is the white. So the white has had 1 shot. The brown has not had a shot yet.
Right. So basically, because time was called before he did his jump shot, that jump shot was the completion of the hoop that they're currently playing, and then the next step is the 2 rotations of each ball. So white's the first, green's the second.
But there was a tremendous amount of discussion, and basically everybody who's anybody in the refereeing world was all huddled.
Yes.
And giving their 2 pennies worth. So
yes, I think that when the time is time, whether or not Mark Scruton heard it or not, is it not? Or is it only time if the players know?
Well, the referee obviously didn't call time because, of course, as you mentioned, it would have been distracting.
Yes, it's not kosher.
So,
but the bell would have gone. She had the timer.
Yes, the bell
would have gone, and he would have been likely to have heard it. I would have thought, because she was quite close to him.
What we do know is that after Brown has played this shot, everyone will have 1 more shot.
That's correct. And Brown is in quite a nice position there, isn't it?
And all Mark has to do, like all he had to do in the other game, is to stop Derek from scoring.
Yep.
So hitting this white ball down the park is basically a winner, isn't it?
True. No point in messing around and trying to get in front of the hoop. No. So he's preparing for a good long clearance.
So
you're right.
Hitting this one so hard that it goes into the river behind that road there.
or disrupts the entire crowd
Yeah.
watching it, you'll notice they've got quite a good fence.
They do have a good fence.
Between the lawns and the clubhouse, and with good reason.
Yeah.
With good reason, I think,
Okay,
because
so-
it enables people to be quite close but well protected.
Oh,
So
look at that.
was quite a nice clearance.
It's a good shot.
He didn't send it into the creek.
You know what? He I don't know. Yeah,
I don't think he
it's solid,
doesn't
isn't it?
normally.
It's solid. It's
He
solid.
wanted to hit it,
Yeah, and he did.
so
He did very
he didn't.
well.
He wanted to take the
So this is
risks
the second
out.
shot with the white. He's got to shoot. He's got to shoot at the hoop.
Second shot with the
hasn't he?
white.
He's got
That's
to shoot at
right.
the hoop.
He's
No, I
got.
mean, there's no point. There's no point in the white's useless after this. It might
That's
as-
correct.
it-
It's like
so here it goes.
something
here
in
it
a
goes, here it goes,
snowstorm.
Here it goes.
Oh no! I love that crescendo, Gareth.
Oh gosh, it was. So Mark's.
So if Mark runs the hoop, then he's home and hosed,
Home and hosed.
and he
If-
may as
If
well.
Mark blocks the hoop, he's effectively home and hosed because it would leave Derek a 9-yard jump.
That's right.
If yeah, so I think Mark just blocking the hoop here would be just massively powerful. There's no reason at all for Mark to go for this hoop really. And
Oh, I think the best way to stop Pink is
it's
to
win
run the hoop.
True.
But then if you go off to the side, you've opened it up, haven't you?
Yeah, if he pings off the leg and
Yeah.
offers Derek a 9-yard hoop,
Yeah,
it's
true.
yeah. Anyway, Mark is in control. Mark knows best, and Mark looks like he's actually
I
going to
think
shoot
he's
for the
gonna
hoop.
go
He's
for the
going for the
hoop.
hoop. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. He's
Why
going to say,
not?
"No, I'm not messing around here. Yeah, I'm making the hoop." And he doesn't.
No.
And that is the only way that he could have lost is by because. Yeah,
That's true.
If he just put the ball in front of the hoop, Derek could. It would have been almost, very unreasonable to expect a 9-yard jump. But
But this
anyway.
is a heroic shot from Derek.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah.
So, he's,
And
you know,
we'll
the
defi-
odds are not in his
We'll
favour.
definitely hear a roar from the crowd if he makes this. I
We
tell
will,
you, we'll
we
hear
will.
the biggest roar in Toronto.
But it's entirely possible. It's only 8
he
yards or
shoots,
so.
he shoots, and he
No,
goes wide.
he
and,
goes
and
wide.
that is the end of the game.
Oh, well done. Well done.
So that's it. I think just
That's it.
Brown gets one more turn, so he
Yeah,
might still
but
make
I
this
think,
hoop
I think
for the sake of appearances.
I don't see any reason.
So we've already got our
We've got our two
Pete
finalists. All right.
Landrebe.
Pete Landrebe will play Mark Scruton. Very
That's
different
correct.
styles. It'll be a very intriguing game.
Be a very intriguing game. I'm
Very
not sure
intriguing.
that I've seen them play a game at top level.
No,
I don't think.
no.
Peter Frier's played Mark before,
Yeah.
and obviously Derek just played Mark. But I think it'll be very intriguing. They both love to be thinking about their strategy. No, but that's it.
And it's not,
So-
it's not often you see a game decided 3-2.
No, indeed.
Very rare to see a game decided 3-2.
Well, we had the 6-5 in the previous game. We didn't
It's-
get a completion.
It's a lot
and
more of a soccer score than a croquet score.
it
but,
is indeed. It is indeed. But they did take quite a long time in their first games.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's how it is. It's
That's how it
3-2
is.
to Mark Scruton.
And so
That's,
We'll be back in a
there'll be
little bit.
There'll be
We'll
a
have
different channel,
yep.
will there, Boyd?
We'll have a bit
different
of a
league.
break,
Yep.
and the players will
And
be out for the
how do
final.
our viewers find that? I mean, I suppose
They're already on there.
our view. Okay, so it'll be the same. It'll be the same one.
Yeah, there's another
Yep.
link up.
Yep.
Okay, so
Final.
yeah, if you're looking around, check out Facebook. Check out Croquet New South Wales on Facebook, or check out.
Just come back in 15 minutes or 20 minutes. Whether
Come
they
back
have-
to the same link,
No, just come back to the same channel. You'll see.
same channel, and you'll find the next final of the Croquet New South Wales Golf Croquet Singles Championships being
What
played.
time do you think that will be, Kate? Maybe a half an hour from now, won't it? Because
It's 12:40 now.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine that they would be looking to start as early as possible for the sake of, the tournament.
It would certainly be started by 1, I
But by
would have
one,
thought.
yeah,
Maybe
1
1.
o'clock.
1 o'clock.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, brilliant.
All right,
Thank you.
you.
Thanks,
Cool.
everyone. See you
later.
soon.
Remember,
Bye.
you better be live and friends.